We have the guests coming. The delegates who have come inside, you can please come forward. We have chairs for you. We request the discipline committee to be available. We have come to the beginning of the event today with the guest arrival. It's a grand and hearty welcome to all the dignitaries arriving the venue. A very warm and pleasureful welcome to the dignitaries carrying inside. I request all the students to stand up and welcome our dignitaries and speakers of today's event. A warm and hearty welcome to the dignitaries arriving here. We are extremely honored with your presence. Thank you so much for being here. We are honored to have you here with us today. Give a big round of applause for welcoming our dignitaries to the stage. A hearty and warm welcome to everyone. Please take your seats. Anyone who stops learning is old, whether at 20 or 80. Anyone who keeps learning stays young. A very warm good morning to respected dignitaries, eminent speakers, delegates, staff, and students. On behalf of Nirmala College of Pharmacy, Mangalagiri, a unit of Catechist Sisters of St. Anne, I, Dr. Sheikh Asha Begum, Head of the Department, Pharmaceutical Regulatory Affairs.
And I, A. Pavani, Assistant Professor in Department of Pharmacology and Pharmacy Practice. Take this great honor and privilege to welcome you all to this international symposium on sustainable drug design and nanoparticle development, quantum and computational perspectives, sponsored by esteemed Council of Scientific and Industrial Research and the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. Once again, hearty welcome to all the dignitaries, student delegates, faculty of various colleges and Nirmala College of Pharmacy.
It's my honor on this time to give an introduction about the congregation. The congregation has been established in the year 1914 by Pima priest, Reverend Father Silvio Pascali. We have proudly completed century of establishment and currently in 115th year. The congregation runs 85 institutions of different categories, out of which 45 plus institutes are educational. We also flourished in Italy, Tanzania, Germany, and USA. We are proud to say that our institute, Nirmala College of Pharmacy, Mangalagiri, is one of the leading institutes out of all. We also run hospitals, social service centers, home for the old-aged, and many more. In 2007, for easy delegation of the congregation, it's erected into 2 provinces, one in Hyderabad and the other in Guntur. The congregation is presided by Superior General Reverend Sister Japmala Vattigaru, the Chief Patron of this symposium. Our campus comes under the Guntur province under the esteemed guidance of Provincial Superior, Reverend Sister Dr. U. Shaurulu Garu. She is the inspiring leader for all of us who has sowed the seeds of pharmacy in the year 2004 with Diploma in Pharmacy course. She is the founder and we are extremely delighted to have her here with us today. Later, she took the lead in bringing up the branches of the tree, Nirmala College of Pharmacy with B Pharmacy and M Pharmacy.
It gives me immense pleasure to extend a warm and hearty welcome to all of you to this international symposium. Today marks the beginning of a remarkable journey of knowledge, innovation, and collaborations, bringing together brilliant minds from diverse fields to discuss and explore groundbreaking ideas.
Your presence here, whether as distinguished speakers, passionate researchers, or curious leaders, adds immense value to this event. I am confident that this symposium will ignite meaningful discussions, inspiring new learning, and pave the way for transformative advances. Once again, a very warm welcome to each one of you. Let us make this gathering a memorable and impactful experience. Give a big round of applause for heartily welcoming each and every one of us here.
As we gather here today, let us unite our hearts and thoughts in a spirit of gratitude and hope through this prayer song. May we find inspiration, peace, and the strength to move forward with love and faith. I would like to call upon choir team for prayer song.
Thank you, choir team, for your soulful praise song. Your beautiful voices and harmonious performance have not only uplifted our spirits, but also set the perfect tone for today's event. Thank you for filling this venue with such grace, positivity, and warmth. Let's all give them a big round of applause for their effort. Ladies and gentlemen, to set the perfect tone for this grand occasion, we have a mesmerizing performance lined up for you. Dance is a universal language of joy and expression, celebration. And there's no better way to begin this event than with a vibrant and energetic welcome dance. Please join me in welcoming our incredibly talented dance team to the stage. Let's give them a huge round of applause as they captivate us with their graceful moves and electrifying energy. Welcome, dance team.
Jum num ta rum ta thalang ko tak tak ko da da gida 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 jum ta takita ta da ta jum gida jum ta num ta rum ta takita ta da gida gida ta gida ta dana ta runa ta din ta da jum ta num ta rum ta gadim ta gida gida
Thank you, dear students, for your wonderful performance. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause for their mesmerizing performance. Thank you. Lightening of the lamp is a symbolic act that holds deep cultural and spiritual significance. It represents light over darkness, knowledge over ignorance, and goodness over evil. As we light this lamp today, we are reminded of illumination of wisdom and dispelling darkness from our minds and hearts. Let us now light the lamp with gratitude, invoking blessings of light, wisdom, and grace upon all. I request all the dignitaries, please join in the light lampening.
Thank you, dignitaries, for your gracious sign. It is truly an honor and privilege to have with us today a gathering of such distinguished personalities who have made remarkable contributions in their respective fields. Their presence here adds immense value to this occasion, and we are grateful for their time and support. Before we proceed further, it's my pleasure to invite our esteemed guests onto the dais. Let's give them a warm round of applause as we welcome them to grace the stage and inspire us with their wisdom and vision. Firstly, I take the privilege to invite a truly inspiring leader, a guiding light, and the patron of this symposium, the founder of this institute, the director of the institution, Reverend Sister Dr. U. Shaurulu Garu, onto the stage, please. With her unwavering dedication, visionary leadership, and profound commitment to excellence, she has been a cornerstone of support and inspiration for countless initiatives. Hearty welcome to you, sister. I request our student to offer a bouquet to sister as a tone of welcoming. Her contributions to education, healthcare, and community development stand as a testament to her remarkable vision and selfless service. Let us welcome her with a big round of applause for being here with us today. Hearty welcome to you, sister.
I extend our heartful invitation to our today's esteemed chief guest, Professor K. Gangadhar Rao Garu, Vice Chancellor of Acharya Nagarjuna University. Sir, we request you to join on to the stage. Hearty welcome, sir.
Give a big round of applause for the guests. Now, it's my honor to very well-known guest of honor of today's event, Professor A. Pramina Rani Madam, the distinguished principal of Acharya Nagarjuna University, College of Pharmaceutical Sciences. Ma'am, hearty welcome to you. Professor Pramila Rani Madam is a renowned academician and an exceptional leader who has made significant contributions to pharmaceutical education and research. Her dedication to fostering innovation and academic excellence has left an indelible mark on the field and continues to inspire countless students and professionals alike. Hearty welcome to you, Madam.
I take this immense pleasure to invite our Secretary and Correspondent of Nirmala College of Pharmacy and co-patron of International Symposium, Reverend Sister G. Nirmal Jyoti Garu, onto the dais. Hearty welcome, Sister.
It's my privilege and honor to invite our esteemed special guest, Professor Dr. Mohammad Dikil Sir, Professor of Molecular Parasitology, Department of Zoology and Entomology, Faculty of Science, Helwan University, Egypt, to the dais. Hearty welcome to you, sir. Dr. Dikil's remarkable contributions to the field of molecular parasitology and his extensive expertise have earned him recognition on a global platform. We are truly fortunate to have him with us today as a special guest and distinguished speaker. It gives me an immense pleasure to invite the convener of this prestigious conference, Dr. B. Pamul Reddy sir, the esteemed professor and principal of Nirmala College of Pharmacy, to join us on the dais. He is a visionary leader, an accomplished academician, and a driving force behind this event. His unwavering commitment to fostering innovation and excellence in pharmaceutical education has been instrumental in shaping the success of this conference and the institution. Hearty welcome to you, sir.
I take this privilege to invite HOD of Pharmaceutics and Organizing Secretary of this International Symposium, Dr. Hare Krishna Roy sir. Sir, please join us to the stage. Hearty welcome, sir.
Thank you all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais, and it's my privilege to welcome all the dignitaries of the dais. We have Professor Srinivas sir, Sister Agatha, Sister John Paul, and other principals and dignitaries from various institutions. Please give a big warm round of applause for all the guests here. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to each one of you to this prestigious International Symposium on Sustainable Drug Design and Nanoparticle Development, Quantum and Computational Perspectives. We are truly honored to host such a remarkable gathering of scholars, professionals, and experts in the field of pharmaceuticals, science, and technology. The symposium is proudly co-sponsored by Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, the Department of Biotechnology, and Government of India. Their invaluable support reflects the significance of the topics we are set to explore, and we are deeply appreciating their partnership in this endeavor. We have gathered here at Nirmala College of Pharmacy, which is known for its dedication to excellence in education and research, situated in the vibrant region of Mangalagiri, Guntur district of Andhra Pradesh. A college is proud to be accredited by NAC with an A grade and recognized under UGC 2F and 12B. Our association with Acharya Nagarjuna University and approval from PCI further exemplify the esteemed academic and professional environment that we foster here. As we stand at the crossroads of scientific innovation, this symposium aims to bring together leading minds from the realms of the drug design, nanotechnology, quantum science, and computational methodologies. With this, we strive to create a collaborative platform to share cutting-edge research, foster interdisciplinary dialogue, and explore how these fields can converge for the betterment of human health and environment.
Now, I would like to request Honorable Professor and Principal of Nirmala College of Pharmacy, Dr. P. Pamul Reddy sir, to address the keynote.
Thank you, madam. Very good morning to one and all. Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and my dear students, very good morning to one and all. So very good morning to one and all. So respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and students from the various institutions, I welcome you all to the International Symposium on Sustainable Drug Development and Drug Discovery in Nanotechnology. So it is an international symposium which is officially approved by the CSR and DPT Government of India. And also it has been co-sponsored by the many industries and higher educational institutes. So thank you very much for being with us, for all the dignitaries and my dear students. The Nirmala College of Pharmacy has been established in 2004 for the establishment of any institution, for the construction of any building. The foundation is very, very important. Here, the college has been established in 2004 with a great pillars of the dynamic leadership under the leadership of Dr. U. Shaurili Garu. So thank you very much, sister. What are the foundation stone you have been done in the 2004, still it is running with successfully. And we have been into the 20 years of journey, Nirmala College of Pharmacy. We have been reached so many achievements in 21 years of journey of Nirmala College of Pharmacy. There are several research grants have been received by the CSIR and DST SERP, and also we have received the travel grants from the ICMR, and also we have received the grants from the DST FIST. 2 times we have received the DST FIST. So one is with a 33 lakhs of grant, another one is with a 15 lakhs of grant we have received from the DST FIST. 2 times we have received the grants from DST FIST. And at the same time, we have received the grants from the DST SERP 2 times. And also we have received the travel grants from ICMR. 2 times we have received the travel grants. And also for organizing the faculty development programs throughout the India, we have received the 2 times grants from the AICTE At8 FDP. And also we have received the grant from the PMKVI also. It has the grant of a grant in aid amount of 33 lakhs from the PMKVI. So like this, there are so many research grants from the various organizations from throughout the India, from different bodies. Then coming to the 2024 also, within a short span of 2 months, we have received the grant from the CSIR and DBT to organize these 2 days international symposium, and also we have received another grant from the DST SERP to organize another conference. So these are the achievements from our institution, already we have got the grants from the various bodies of the government of India. Other than that, we have also received the several achievements to the organization. Many of our alumni students, they are present working as a managers of different pharma industries throughout the world. Almost all the MNC, multinational pharma companies, several of our students, they are working as a managers, and few people they are in the director of the some pharmaceutical companies also. In 2024, so one of the big achievement to the institute, that is that among the thousands of people, one of our student has secured the state first rank in the APPG set 2024. That is also one of the big achievement to the institute. And 2024 also, the journey of 20 years of Nirmala College of Pharmacy in the academic excellence. In 2024, the college has been conferred with officially with the UGC autonomous status for a period of 10 years. Now the college is officially announced by the government of India. It comes under the UGC autonomous status for a period of 10 years. Okay. So these are all the achievements of our Nirmala College of Pharmacy. So hence from the beginning, that is 2004 onwards. Okay. So as you know, that is that we have seen the pharmaceutical sector in India. Ours is one of the largest pharma sector in the world. So globally we are in the third place. As we are producing the n number of branded products into India, or in the field of API also, we are the largest manufacturers, largest exporters in the world, not only India. Throughout the world, they are completely depend upon the Indian pharma manufacturers. So they require so many pharmacists to sustain same development. So that is the reason the institution used to conduct the many conferences and workshops to the young budding pharmacists. For that reason, we are inviting so many keynote speakers and invited speakers to the conference and workshop to enrich the knowledge to the budding pharmacists to sustain the same global development of pharma sector in India. So I hope all the students were ensuring from the Nirmala College of Pharmacy were ensuring that. So we will enlighten you all the sessions. You can grab the knowledge and you can implement for your career growth. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, respected Principal, sir, for your wonderful keynote address and letting everyone know the achievements and greatness of our institution. It's an honor to inform you all that Reverend Sister Dr. U. Shauru Lugaru has been a beacon of guidance and inspiration for this symposium, and her unwavering commitment to the advancement of education and research is truly commendable. We are grateful for her support and leadership in making this event possible. It's now my honor and privilege to invite Reverend Sister Dr. U. Shauru Lugaru, the esteemed patron of this conference, to deliver the opening remarks.
Pleasant good evening to all our dignitaries on the days of the days, honored guests of honor, respected sisters, Sister Nirmala Jyoti, the Secretary Correspondent of College of Pharmacy, respected Sir, Dr. Pamela Reddy Sir, the Principal of the College, cherished teaching and non-teaching staff of host college, privileged participants, and valued students of Nirmala College of Pharmacy. I consider it is a privilege to cherish the moments of the college, and it's a sponsored program, a supported program which has been worked out for 4 months. and it is a great venture that is being taken place here in our Nirmala College of Pharmacy. As sir already told that it has completed 21 years and the journey started in the year 2004. And we have recently celebrated the bidecennial celebration these days. And it is a real great achievement to have an international symposia today on sustainable drug design and nanoparticle development, quantum and computational perspective. And that will be held today and tomorrow, 22nd and 23rd January 2025. And these 2 days event brings together some of the brightest mindsets in the field of drug development and nanoparticle science and computational perspective in modeling, and I am truly revered to be part of this remarkable celebration today and tomorrow on behalf of our Superior General, Sister Japamala Vatti, Catechist Sisters of St. Anne, and on behalf of our congregation. And first and foremost, I extend my deepest gratitude to our honored chief guest, Professor K. Gangadhar Rao, the Vice Chancellor of Acharya Nagarjuna University, Guntur, for gracing this occasion. And I am privileged to have you as our leader in affiliating this college and in getting permission to conduct the examinations and to register and get certified through the university. I also affectionately welcome our guest of honor, Professor A. Pramila Rani Garu, a well-known person to our host institution, a guide to us, a leader to us, a good advisor to our faculty members, and personally to me in the beginning days of this college. I am very much grateful to you, madam, and your exceptional contribution to the pharmaceutical sciences and is an encouragement to the college. The symposium is generously sponsored by CSIR India and the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, and whose steadfast support has made the event possible to happen today. Thank you very much, sir. Your assurance to processing the research in sustainable drug design and nanoparticle development is truly admirable. And we thank you, we thank you all who have been a support to conduct this program in an international level and to identify our institution to be supported by you, dear sirs, who are sitting there in front of us. Thank you very much for the great commitment and your interest in our college. Over the next 2 days, we are blessed to have eminent speakers like Dima, sir, Deacon. So Deacon from Egypt, the country of Egypt, Cairo, is an eminent speaker. He is a great orator, and we will be hearing to him and listening to him and all the practical assessment that he is going to give to us. And we also are happy to have Mr. Srinivas Reddy sir, Srinivas Rao sir. He is from US but hails from Guntur, and the other sirs who are sitting I don't remember. Maybe the places I remember. I'm sorry. So I really appreciate for the sportive spirit that you have to come over all the way to become a witness to this program. And I also appreciate and we are very much pleased to welcome national experts from prominent universities such as Padmavati Mahila University, JIPA, University of Kalyani, Madam has come, and deemed university, and it's from Savitri Phule University and Assam Downtown University. These well-versed experts will share their cutting-edge research programs and visionary outlooks and insights in the areas of drug design and nanoparticle technologies, and also in the computational perspective that are reshaping the future buds, reshaping the future healthcare sector. The theme of symposium, Sustainable Drug Design and Nanoparticle Development, addresses some of the most urgent challenges in modern sciences and medicine. As we move towards a more supportable future, it is imperative that we explore innovative ways to design more effective, safer, and ecologically approachable pharmaceuticals. The integration of significant mechanism and computational technologies and techniques holds the key to transforming drug discovery, highlighting nanoparticle information, and improving drug discovery system, thus befitting the global healthcare. I encourage all the participants to actively engage in the sessions, discussions, and networking opportunities. These interactions provide an exclusive chances for you, dear participants, to exchange the ideas, foster collaborations, and collectively contribute to the advancement of our ideas. Let us take full advantage of this opening session and let's be united. Let's acquire something new from each session to grow and to ignite one another. Once again, I outspread a heartfelt, comfortable welcome to all of you and express my genuine gratefulness to our esteemed speakers, esteemed chief guest, distinguished guests, and to all the participants. I look forward to a fruitful and engaging symposium, and I am confident that the insights shared over the next 2 days will help pave the way for significant advancement in the world of drug design and the important development in the history of our nation. May God bless you, and I wish that every program may go on well by the grace of God. All the best. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sister, for enlightening about our international symposium. Thank you once again. Now would like to request Secretary and Correspondent of Nirmala College of Pharmacy and co-patron of this international symposium, Reverend Sister G. Nirmal Jyoti Gari, to address the gathering.
Good morning, distinguished guests, Professor K. Gangadhar Rao sir, Vice Chancellor, Acharya Nagarjuna University, Professor Dr. A. Pramila Rani, Principal of College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Acharya Nagarjuna University. The special guest for these 2 days symposium, the proficient speaker, Dr. Muhammad Dikil, a professor of molecular parasitology, Department of Zoology and Etymology, Helwan University, Egypt. Beloved, our Chief Patron, Reverend Sister Japamala Vati, the Superior General, not presented here. The Patron, Sister Dr. U. Shauri Lugaru, CSA Provincial Superior, and Patron of these 2 days symposium. And also Dr. B. Pamula Reddy, the convener and organizing secretary, Dr. Hari Krishna Roy, Professor and HOD, eminent speakers who have gathered here, respected principals from various colleges, our fellow researchers, colleagues, dear staff, loving students, and delegates from various states and nations of symposium. A very good morning to everyone. It is both privilege and honor to me to represent Nirmala College of Pharmacy at this prestigious symposium, International Symposium on Sustainable Drug Design and Nanoparticle Development. Our 2 days symposium mainly is emphasizing on 2 things. That is to bring together the eminent speakers or researchers, thought leaders, innovators, and passionate individuals committed to advancing the frontiers of sciences, that means a pharmaceutical science and medicines. It also emphasizes on not only on just the science of nanoparticle development, but I feel it also the ethical and environmental stewardship which mostly requires to bring meaningful changes in healthcare system globally. The challenges that we face today in healthcare requires not only innovation but also a steadfast commitment to sustainability. So I believe that science and sustainability must go hand in hand to create more solutions for the benefit of the humanity and the planet. So as the saying goes, James Pennell said, "Growth is never by mere chance, it is the result of forces working together." So this symposium serves as a testament to the power of collaboration, providing an exceptional platform for the exchange of ideas, sharing the knowledge, and fostering the new ventures that transcends borders. Together, through dialogue and innovation, we can address the challenges that face tomorrow and to ensure the greener and healthier future. I hope the theme of this event resonates deeply with the core values of our institution, where we strive to innovate and to advance pharmaceutical sciences, remaining with the committedness to the sustainability. So as principal mentioned of our Nirmala College of Pharmacy, we have been actively contributing to this field of exploring, especially many accreditations we have, research excellence and awards and recognitions, student achievements, and collaborations with various industries. So all these shows that we are striving for the education in excellence. So my special thanks to Vice Chancellor who accepted our invitation and come over here to share his knowledge. Thank you, sir, for being with us. And also Dr. Pramila Rani Madam, thank you for accepting our invitation, Madam. And my special thanks goes to Dr. Professor Muhammad Dikil, very inspiring person. As I seen him yesterday, really I got more energy by seeing him. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation. He came all the way from the Egypt to share his views with us. So I hope this today's symposium may helpful and we may obtain some knowledge in collaboration in sharing our new ideas and for the better and for the new ventures in life. So thank you once again all the eminent speakers too for accepting our invitation coming over here. Hopefully you enjoy this our premises and accept our token of gratitude. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizing secretary, Dr. Hari Krishna Roy, whose tremendous work is resulting today and creating this invaluable platform for learning and dialogue, and all the participants also to learn and to create a new world. And all those efforts have made this event possible. Let us use this opportunity to inspire and be inspired and to work collectively towards future where sustainable drug design becomes a cornerstone of global healthcare. Thank you, and I look forward to the meaningful discussions ahead. I wish you all the very best, and God bless you, dear participants and delegates from various institutions. Use this symposium, the 2-day symposium, with a fruitful and successful manner. Thank you one and all. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sister, for your warm and thoughtful greetings. Your words have given a special touch to this event. Thank you for being the support for us for the happening of this event today. It's now my pleasure to invite our distinguished guest of honor, Professor A. Pramila Rani Madam, the Principal of University College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Acharya Nagarjuna University, to share her thoughts with us. We are truly privileged to have her with us, and we are eagerly looking forward to her address. Welcome to you, ma'am.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, the chief guest of today's international symposium, our beloved Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor Gangadhar Rao Garu, and Shaurli Sister, Provincial Superior and also Director of Nirmala Pharmacy College, and Sister Nirmala Jyoti Garu, Secretary and Correspondent, Nirmala Pharmacy College, and Pamula Reddy, Principal, Professor and Principal, my student also, and Hare Krishna Roy, Professor and HOD, and Professor Dikil from Egypt, and dignitaries of the dais, our Mother Superior, John Paul Madam, and other sisters, and other dignitaries who have come all the way from distant places, different universities, and co-principals from affiliated colleges, and my dearest student friends, a very good morning to all of you. Am I audible to all of you? Oh, very good morning to all of you. In fact, I am very happy for my presence today here for this wonderful program, International Symposium on Sustainable Drug Design and Nanoparticle Development, Quantum and Computational Perspectives, which is being organized by Nirmala Pharmacy College. And as we all know that Nirmala Pharmacy College, it is one of the best colleges under the jurisdiction of our prestigious Acharya Nagarjuna University. And Nirmala College, it is known for its discipline, dignity, decorum, and selfless service, love towards students. Because I have learned so much from this institution when I was with this college as principal for a short period of time. And also, Nirmala Pharmacy College, it is famous for organizing academic activities like seminars, workshops, symposiums, national and also international, with a grand gathering for the benefit of the budding pharmacists, and for which I am also thankful to the authority or to the director for encouraging this type of program, scientific activities to the student community. And as we all know, first of all, I like to congratulate the organizing committee, convener and secretary, organizing secretary and members of the seminars committee, International Symposium Committee, for their wonderful selection of the theme of the symposium, that is sustainable drug design and nanoparticle development, which includes quantum and computational perspectives. And my dear students, you all know that our profession, pharmacy profession, it is very noble profession, noble health profession, and it is responsible for safe and effective use of medicines by the patients. And hence, we all pharmacists should think innovatively for the development of the drug products which are of low cost to meet the public requirement. And as we all know, since 5 years, the world is facing a lot of health challenges that beginning from antimicrobial resistance. Antimicrobial resistance means the irregular usage of antibiotics cause the antimicrobial resistance, up to the chronic diseases which require innovative ideas and innovative methodologies and also sustainable solutions to solve these problems. And what is the sustainability here? The sustainable drug design means the development of drugs, development of formulations which are not only effective, but also eco-friendly, environmentally friendly and safe for long-term use. And they should be safe for long-term use. And such technology, such innovative technology, one of the innovative technologies is nanotechnology. And particularly this nanotechnology, it is very much useful for highly problematic drugs development like anti-cancer drugs. My dear students, you all know that anti-cancer drugs, they possess high side effects. When they are transformed, when they are formulated into nanosystems, definitely their therapeutic performance would be greatly enhanced with very less side effects and improved patient compliance and with improved bioavailability. And nanotechnology designing, optimization and safe application, it requires knowledge in quantum mechanics and computational models. And what are these quantum applications and quantum mechanics and computational models? As we all know that nowadays we are very much well known about artificial intelligence. That means mixing of technologies taken from other field of sciences in various stages of our drug development would yield a drug product, definitely would yield a drug product with desirable efficacy and safe for long-term use and eco-friendly. And for example, artificial intelligence. It utilizes many softwares, and it is being used by many startup companies, pharmaceutical companies to predict and optimize the drug product and also the efficient drug molecule within less possible time. And in olden times, it may take or it took more than 20 years to complete our research and to come out with a new drug molecule with potency. But nowadays, using computational models like artificial intelligence and organs on a chip. It is also technology, it is growing. It is growing to screen the performance of the drug candidates. And bioprinting, that is another technology which is being used in drug discovery and development. So with these quantum mechanics means this machine learning and robotics and computer softwares, all these are mingling with our research, drug research and development. And the reason for this is to come up with a very good drug molecule with the equal potency to cure the ailment within less possible time. That is the motto. And this, we can call it as multidisciplinary research. Multidisciplinary research, it is going on very fast, and the application, it is very positive by using computational models and quantum mechanics. And my dear budding pharmacists, and you please, all the students, all the participants, including faculty, they need to be aware of all these novel technologies, recent advancements, and also the technologies which are taken up from other field of sciences to get good result in our pharmaceutical drug product design. You should know everything, and I hope these 2 days seminar would fulfill the achievement, fulfill that desire in a grand manner. And I think already Sister Jyoti Madam giving in her address, this type of programs, scientific activities would provide a perfect platform to exchange the views between students, resource persons, and also the academic enrichment would be possible to all the budding pharmacists gathered here. And above all, my suggestion to all the participants gathered here, you please go with conceptual learning first of all, because you are from B.Pharm course or M.Pharm course. So first, you understand the concepts in B.Pharm and M.Pharm, and then you come frequently this type of academic activities to get your, that means to get the knowledge in research aspects also for your better professional life after B.Pharm and M.Pharm. And I am very much delighted to see the arrangements made by the authority. And thank you, Madam, once again. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. And budding pharmacists, I hope this 2 days stay, it would be useful to you to improve your academic excellence or your academic skills, so that you can pave your way towards research and also the better professional career. And one important quote to all the students: be good and do good. So we should be good and we should do good, and good things will come back to you. And thank you very much. And thank you very much for the management of Nirmala Pharmacy College for giving me this wonderful opportunity to address the young minds today. Thank you. Thank you. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for your insights about nanotechnology and today's International Symposium, and very valuable message to our student delegates. Thank you so much, Madam, once again. Now, I would like to request our esteemed chief guest of today's International Symposium, Professor K. Gangadhar Rao Garu, Vice Chancellor of Acharya Nagarjuna University, to give a message.
The patron of today's symposium, Reverend Sister Dr. U. Shaurilu, CSA Provincial Superior, co-patron
Dr. G. Nirmala Jyoti, Secretary and Correspondent, Convener, Professor B. Pamula Reddy, Professor and Principal, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Hare Krishna Roy, Professor and Head, and our Principal, University for College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Madam Pravila Rani, and Dr. Dicken, who has come all the way from Egypt. And dear students of Nirmala College of Pharmacy, it gives me great pleasure to speak to you on this occasion on International Symposium on Sustainable Drug Design and Nanoparticle Development, Quantum and Computational Perspectives. Quantum Perspective and Computational Perspective, organized by Nirmala College of Pharmacy, Mangalagiri, and supported by CSIR and DBT, Government of India. This symposium brings together some of the brightest minds in the fields of drug design, nanotechnology, and computational sciences. I understand that this is basically an integration of quantum mechanics, which is a physics subject, and pharmaceutical sciences and computer science. I thank the organizers for inviting me to be a part of this distinguished gathering and to share the existing discussions that lie ahead. The theme of this symposium, Sustainable Drug Design and Nanoparticle Development, represent two of the most dynamic, rapidly advancing areas of scientific research. These fields hold potential to define the future of healthcare, offering innovative solutions to some of the world's most pressing medical challenges. So in the aftermath of the COVID, we have inherited so many issues since 2020. So those issues and the few new problems which are going to come up in the due course of time ought to be addressed by the young minds like you. Sustainable drug design is an approach that emphasizes the creation of effective, long-lasting and environmental friendly pharmaceutical solutions. With a growing concern over drug resistance, adverse drug reactions and environmental impact, it is essential to adopt a more sustainable and responsible approach to drug development. This symposium provides us with a unique platform to explore how sustainable methods can be incorporated into drug discovery, ensuring that new drugs are not only effective but also ethically and environmentally sound. Nanotechnology, specifically nanoparticle development, plays a pivotal role in this effort. Nanoparticles offer tremendous promise in targeted drug discovery, drug delivery, improving bioavailability, reducing side effects, and enhancing therapeutic efficacy. The ability to manipulate materials at the nanoscale opens up new frontiers in medicine, especially for difficult to treat diseases such as cancer, diabetes, and neurological disorders. So Madam Pramila Rani has already said about that problems pertaining to the prominent disease that most of the Indian population are suffering with is nothing but the cancer. If you go to Tata Institute at Bombay or their southern counterpart, you will see more number of patients coming across from the rural backdrop with cancer disease, and they can't really afford the treatment. You have the responsibility of what you call minimizing the cost of the ultimate end product so that it can be available at a cheaper price to the patient, so that the great population of India, the large population of India who are living in very underprivileged conditions can make use of that. Moreover, the integration of the quantum and computational perspectives in both drug design and nanoparticle development adds another layer of sophistication to this scientific landscape. Computational chemistry, molecular modeling, and quantum simulations provide the tools needed to predict molecular behavior, optimize drug interactions, and design nanoparticles with enhanced properties. By leveraging these technologies, we can expedite the drug discovery process, reducing both time and cost while improving safety and efficacy. The role of quantum and computational sciences. As we move towards more sophisticated precision-based medicine, quantum mechanics and computational science will play an increasingly important role. Quantum theory, which explains the behavior of matter and energy at at atomic and subatomic levels is foundational for understanding the interactions between drugs and biological systems. The ability to simulate, visualize these interactions in a virtual environment allows for more informed decision making in drug design and nanoparticle optimization. Computational models enable us to predict the molecular properties and interactions that are crucial in identifying effective drug candidates and optimizing nanoparticle delivery systems. Advanced simulations such as molecular dynamics, quantum chemistry calculations help scientists understand the underlying principles of the drug receptor binding, predict drug resistance, and even identify potential side effects before a drug reaches the clinical trials. The synergistic potential of quantum mechanics, computational science, and nanotechnology will undoubtedly accelerate the pace of drug discovery and make it more efficient, effective, and sustainable. With interdisciplinary collaboration, these tools have the power to reshape the entire process of medical treatment from drug development to delivery. Collaboration and knowledge sharing. This symposium stands as a testament to a collaborative spirit that defines the scientific progress. In today's world, the challenges we face in healthcare and drug development cannot be solved by a single discipline or institution alone. This is proven across the disciplines. Computer science, AI, generative AI, data science are being used across the domains. One of them happens with the pharmaceutical sciences. By fostering collaboration between researchers, scientists, and institutions, various fields and regions, we can create an ecosystem that drives innovation and accelerates discoveries. It is through platforms like this we can exchange knowledge, discuss new ideas, and forge meaningful partnerships that will propel research forward. I encourage all of you, whether you are a researcher or a student or an academic, to take full advantage of the symposium, engage in discussions, ask questions, build networks that will help you grow as scientists and professionals. The ideas generated here will lay the groundwork for future breakthroughs that will have a lasting impact on the global health. I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the organizing committee of Nirmala's College of Pharmacy for their outstanding efforts in bringing together experts from across the world. Your meticulous planning and dedication have ensured the success of this symposium. I would also like to thank CSR and DBT, Government of India, for their invaluable support which has made this event possible. Additionally, I would like to commend the speakers, session chairs, participants for their contribution. Your research and expertise are shaping the future of drug design and nanoparticle development. And I am confident that your work will continue to inspire and pave the way for new treatments and therapies. I conclude, I believe that this symposium represents an important step forward in advancing our understanding sustainable drug design and nanoparticle development. We are at the cusp of a revolution in medical science, one that combines quantum mechanics, computational tools, and nanotechnology to create the next generation of life-saving therapies. I'm excited to see the innovative ideas and solutions that will emerge from this gathering, and I look forward to the thought-provoking discussions and collaborations that will shape the future of the drug discovery. Thank you once again for inviting me to be a part of this remarkable event. I wish you all the fruitful, inspiring 2 days of learning, sharing, and collaboration. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Your presence has undoubtedly elevated this event, and we are honored to have had the opportunity to hear from you. Thank you once again for your gracious message and for being part of this prestigious occasion. It's indeed an honor to have among us Professor Dr. Mohammad Dikhil, a distinguished scholar and expert in the field of molecular parasitology. Sir, we are deeply privileged for your presence today. May I now humbly request you to address this esteemed gathering and share your valuable insights with us. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause for our special guest message today.
Dear professors, dear guests, dear researchers and students, really I'm happy to be here for the first time in India. It was one of my dreams to visit India, and today it becomes a reality. Really, I'm happy to meet you all here, especially students. Yesterday, I met a lot of students. I have spoken to them, and I discovered that they are talent and they need to learn. They need to discover. And some of them need to make business with me. I'd like to thank all my colleagues. I'd like to thank all the organizers for this nice conference. And I hope a successful 2 days for this conference. In my talk today, which will be after maybe half an hour from now, I will focus about something new. Something is important for all universities, for all science, which is interdisciplinary research. Most of us work alone, each discipline separate. And it's time to work together. It's time to integrate. It's time to integrate knowledge with thinking methods and to make new discoveries and to solve some problems from different points of view. It's important to collaborate together. To solve any problem from different points of view, we should collaborate from different disciplines, because the problems are deviated into some divisions. If every one of us try to solve the problem, he solves the problem from his point of view. But if we collaborate together, we can solve totally the problem to help the society. And I will present you some currently problems in India and in most of the world, and how we can overcome some problems through interdisciplinary research. I will not speak a lot. Let my talk and presentation give you some feedback. But I'd like to thank you again for inviting me here and hoping to you a successful conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for your short and sweet message. We are eagerly waiting for your technical sessions ahead. Now it's time for a moment of great significance, formalizing a partnership that will pave the way for future collaborations and academic excellence. At this juncture, I kindly request the respected members of the management, our Director of the institution, Patron of this symposium, Reverend Sister Dr. U. Shaurilu, and a Secretary and Correspondent, along with the other dignitaries, to proceed with the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding with our distinguished guest, Professor Dr. Mohammed Dikil, Professor of Molecular Parasitology, Department of Zoology and Entomology, Faculty of Science, Helwan University, Egypt. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to continue with the proceedings. This MOU symbolizes a mutual commitment to innovation, research, and academic growth. I request everyone to witness this momentous occasion with an encouraging round of applause. This collaboration is going to be a very good beneficiary for all the Nirmalites sitting over here, and other institutes also can take the advantage of the same. I request everyone to give a warm round of applause, please. This is for you what we are doing here. hearty congratulations to both the parties for such a wonderful collaboration. We hope this partnership will give a fruitful result at the end. This collaboration is going to be a milestone for our institution. Hopefully, sir, we'll be expecting wonderful collaboration and support from your end to all the Nirmalites sitting here. Thank you so much, all the dignitaries on the dais. May I request you to take your seats, please.
It is now time for the important moment in our event. I would like to invite all the dignitaries on the dais and heads of departments, scientific committee members to kindly join us for the release of conference Souvenir. The Souvenir is a testament to the hard work, dedication and collective effort that has gone into organizing this prestigious symposium. It showcases the contributions of our esteemed speakers, researchers and participants that we are proud to present. It is a memento of this remarkable event. I kindly request the dignitaries, department heads and scientific committee come forward for the release of Souvenir. I thank all the dignitaries, various heads of the departments and scientific committee. Thank you. It's time to felicitate our chief guest. It is our immense pleasure to express our deepest gratitude and respect to our esteemed chief guest, Professor K. Gangadhar Rao Garu, Vice Chancellor of Acharya Nagarjuna University. Your presence here today is not only a source of pride, very inspirational for all of us. As a token of our appreciation and heartfelt respect, we now invite Chief Guest Professor K. Gangadhar Rao Garu, Vice Chancellor ANU. I request all the dignitaries to join in the felicitation ceremony of our today's chief guest.
Give a big round of applause for having such an esteemed personality amidst us. In spite of a busy schedule, he is with us today. Thank you so much for your time and support you've extended to our institution. This is just a small gesture on behalf of our institution towards you. Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to request our esteemed dignitaries on the dais to kindly felicitate a guest of honor, Professor A. Prameeralani Madam, in recognition of her outstanding contribution to the pharmaceutical sciences and being here with us today. Now I request our guest of honor, Professor A. Pramila Rani Madam, please take over the chair. We are truly honored to have you here with us today. We request you to kindly accept the token of appreciation as a symbol of our gratitude and respect. Please give a big round of applause for Madam. She has been always with Nirmala Association. Wherever she is with her. Ma'am, thank you so much for all the love and support you provide us. I request all the dignitaries to please take your seat on the dais, please. Thank you so much, sir. I request all the dignitaries to please take your seats.
It's time to invite HOD of Pharmaceutics and Organizing Secretary of this International Symposium, Dr. Hare Krishna Roy, sir, to propose the inaugural vote of thanks. Sir, please.
Distinguished Chief Guest, esteemed guest of dais, respected delegates, colleagues and friends, a very warm welcome to all of you on behalf of organizing committee. It's my honor and privilege as the organizing secretary of this two-day international symposium to extend my sincere thanks to each one of you being here today. Your participation reflects your commitment to advancing knowledge and fostering collaboration. I am confident that this symposium will be an enriching experience for all of us. It is indeed a momentous occasion, and I would like to be the moment of acknowledge and express my gratitude to the distinguished individuals on the dais who have been integral for the successful of this event. We are deeply honored to have with us our chief guest, Professor K. Gangadhar Rao sir, Vice Chancellor of ANU, whose invaluable support and academic leadership have been instrumental in making the symposium possible. Our sincere thanks to Professor A. Pramila Rani, Principal of ANU College of Pharmacy Sciences, our guest of honor, for your continuous contribution to the academic excellence. We are also privileged to have Reverend Sister Dr. U. Soril Garu, Director of the college, whose visionary approach and dedication to the academic excellence have been guiding force in organizing this event successful. A very special thanks to Reverend Sister G. Nirmala Jyoti, Secretary and Correspondent, whose tireless works and commitment to educational development have laid the foundation of success of this institution. I will also like to express my sincere appreciation to my dear Professor B. Pamula Reddy, Principal of our college, whose vision and support have been essential in ensuring that our college remains at the forefront of the academic excellence. Together, your collective wisdom, guidance, and leadership continue to propel our institution and this symposium forward. I will also like to extend my deepest gratitude to the organizing committee members, the volunteers, the staff who have worked diligently behind the scenes to bring this symposium to life. Your hard work and dedication have been truly remarkable. Finally, I would like to thank all the delegates, participants, attendees who have traveled from various parts of the world across the country. Your presence and involvement in this event are what it makes truly international, and will ensure that we'll have with new ideas, perspective, and collaboration. Once again, thank you all for being here. I officially declare the two-day international symposium open and look forward for the thought-provoking session ahead. Thank you all, please.
Thank you, sir. As we come to the conclusion of this momentous occasion, we have few announcements. Meanwhile, I would like to thank all the dignitaries on the dais for your time and presence over here. We'll be having a 10 minutes break now. After the break, we'll be continuing with the technical sessions. Now in the morning session, we are having session 1 with 2 speakers. all our short sessions as you see in the schedule. So I request everyone to take a short tea break and be back here in 10 minutes. Poster and oral sessions for the 3 departments, that is Sutics and Regulatory Affairs, Analysis, Chemistry and Cognizy, will be commencing from 2 to 4 p.m. today. Tomorrow we'll be having the oral and poster sessions for pharmacology and pharmacy practice. So please take a short tea break and be back in 10 minutes for the sessions. Thank you all. Signing off for the inaugural session today. Thank you everyone. So after we'll be having session 2 with 3 speakers. After that we'll have a high tea break, continued with the culturals in the evening. Request everyone to be back in 10 minutes, please, so that we do not delay. We have 2 sessions. The first speaker will be Professor Mohammed Dikil sir from Egypt. You are going to have a wonderful presentation by sir. Second session will be by Professor Sisir Nandi. Please be back in 10 minutes. I request everyone to stick to the timelines. Snacks are arranged in the ground. In the ground, please visit the ground, get your snacks, have a tea break and be back in 10 minutes.
Hello.
request to all the student participants and delegates here. As the session start, it shows our sign of respect to the speakers that we are keeping up silent. I hope you all are well educated and well mannered. We all are professional. So please maintain professionalism and be quiet and calm when the sessions are going on. It's the due respect what we show towards the speakers who have traveled long way from other countries and here with us today. So to show the respect of students of our country to the individuals or the dignitaries from other countries is the way you show your disciplined behavior. session in a couple of minutes. The students who are outside the auditorium, please come back. If your friends are still there in the break, please call them and inform them to be back here in the auditorium. We'll start the sessions now. request everyone to settle down, please. Speaker is about to come. We'll be starting the session. I request the students who are outside, please come and fill the chairs in the middle where it's vacant. Don't sit at the back. So the first session will be very interesting for you. It's from Mohammed Dikil sir, who is from Egypt. We get very less chances to hear from the international speakers, so take the advantage of it.
Welcome back everyone to the International Symposium. So without any delay, scientific sessions are going to be started of day 1, of session 1. Speaker will be an Professor Dr. Mohammad Dikil, Professor of Molecular Parasitology, Department of Duology, Faculty of Science, Helwan University, Egypt. We are very fortunate to hear you, sir. Once again, hearty welcome, sir. And for this session, Professor B. Thangabalan, sir, Sims College Principal, acted as an chairperson. Welcome, sir. And Mrs. Sri Lekha M. Farm, pursuing PhD, Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmaceutics, Hindu College of Pharmacy, is going to be acted as an co-chairperson. We would like to invite Mrs. Sri Lekha M. Farm, PhD pursuing, Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmaceutics, Hindu College of Pharmacy. She has tenure of 10 years of academic excellence. She guided 25 UG and 3 PG students, authorized 1 textbook, Industrial Pharmacy Practical. She has published 3 patents, attended 14 conferences and presented 7 papers, 18 publications. She has awarded Savitribai Phule Memorial Award from UNESCO Club of Guntur. She has a lifetime membership of IPA and APTA. Her area of interest will be solid lipid nanoparticles, quality by design, formulation risk assessment analysis. Madam, we are inviting onto the dais and hand over the session.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. A very good morning to one and all. It gives me an immense pleasure to introduce the chairperson of today's keynote session, Dr. B. Thangabalan Garu. Sir completed his graduation and post-graduation from MGR Medical University, Tamil Nadu. Sir received his PhD from JNTU, Hyderabad in the year of 2015. Sir has 18 years of experience in teaching, including administration. Sir also make a mark in research by publishing 34 research and review articles in various Scopus indexed journals with an impact, with an H index of 10. And sir also granted with 4 Indian patents. And sir also a author for 2 textbooks. And sir also presented various research papers in various international and national conferences. And sir also a member in various professional bodies like IPA and APTI. And for his academic excellence, sir received Best Teacher Award from Mekelle University, Ethiopia. With this brief introduction, I would like to invite, on behalf of Nirmala College of Pharmacy, invite today's chairperson, Dr. Thangabalan sir. Presently, sir is working as a principal for Sims College of Pharmacy. So thank you, sir. Thank you for giving this opportunity. And now I hand over the session to the chairperson, Dr. B. Thangabalan sir. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So it's my pleasure to read the brief introduction about our keynote speaker, Mohammad Dikil sir, Department of Zoology and Entomology, Faculty of Science, Helwan University, Egypt. Sir started undergraduate studies in the Faculty of Science, Cairo University, Egypt. Sir started research on malaria, research during in PhD time 2000 to 2004 at Molecular Parasitology Institute at that university, Germany. Sir worked at Helwan University as a full-time professor. Sir have close to 270 pre-reviewed publications in international journals. Sir is an editor in several journals and he got more than 100 funded projects. So sir is having H index value of 37.1. It's very huge, sir. Sir, we are feeling very happy you are here and we feel very blessed. Our student community eagerly waiting for your valuable messages. Sir is having a lot of awards. So if I start to read, it is going, keep on. Like Medal of Excellence, First Class from Egyptian President and State Encouragement Prize for Biological Sciences during the time of 2017 from Egypt. State Award of Excellence in Basic Sciences in 2021. State Award of Excellence in Basic Sciences. So our students and faculty, each and everyone eagerly waiting to hear your scientific session, sir. So thank you very much. You are here. We are feeling blessed for that. Thank you, one and all, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Hello, everybody again. My dear professors, my colleagues and students. Again, I am happy to be in India for the first time. And as I mentioned before, it was one of my dreams. And today it became a reality to be in India and to be with you to introduce my lecture. At the beginning, I'd like to thank all organizers for not getting anybody. I'd like to thank our organizers for this nice conference, especially the President Vati, Sister Shaurili, and Sister Nimala for the invitation. And I'd like to thank my colleagues, Professor Pamuela Ridi, Professor Caesar, for organizing my visit with Professor Roy. And I need to start with my university. I'm coming from Egypt. This is my university, the red one here. My university is called Helwan University. It is present in the capital of Egypt, Cairo. The number of students are so much high, 240,000 students, 240,000 students. We are about 8,000 academic staff teaching for these students, and we have about 13 campuses related to the university. I will focus on my talk for 3 points. What is interdisciplinary studies? Then I give 2 examples how to solve some current problems all over the world and especially in India. And then how to solve these problems through interdisciplinary studies. If I begin to introduce you what's meant by interdisciplinary research. Interdisciplinary comes from 2 words, inter and disciplinary. Inter means between. Disciplinary comes from discipline. And these are collaboration between different disciplines. For example, if we have discipline A and discipline B, if we integrate between discipline A and discipline B in knowledge and the thinking method, we will have a new discipline. This means this is an interdisciplinary research that we need to focus, and we need to spread this in all over the universities. At the past, every doctor works separately in his lab. Everyone has his own discipline. Then we shifted into multidisciplinary research. It means we collaborated together, but everyone still working alone in his laboratory. This is multidisciplinary. Then we shifted again into interdisciplinary. We sit together and we exchanged the knowledge and know how to solve many problems. Then it's transformed into transdisciplinary. When the society has a problem, how to solve any problem related to the society, it will be through interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary research. In this talk, I will give you more examples to know the story. Helminthiasis. Most of us, when we are young, subjected to the infection with helminthes, okay? Most of the factors infecting helminthiasis are environmental factors. We have major two factors. Number one, temperature effect. Number two, precipitation effects. And both of them can increase the animal reservoir and vector abundance, and also can increase the animal diseases. What's your impression about this nice view? This is a place located between Poland and Germany. This place is called Oder River. The Oder River, most of the people are dreaming to enjoy cruise, walking in the streets and enjoying with this river. Suppose if you are planning to visit this river and enjoying with a cruise in this nice place, and when you planned in the second day, you didn't find this place as it is. You find this place, which other river? This. What is the reason? It was a very nice place before, and it transformed into this view. There are 300 tons of dead fish in this river. What is the reason of the dead fish with these large numbers? It is due to helminthiasis, due to infection of fish with helminthes. These helminthes become more and more and more due to environmental changes. An increase in temperature with only 2 degrees makes such problem. This increase in temperature allow a lot of algae to grow, allow the salinity in the river to increase, and also allow a high reproduction rate of the parasites inside the fish, and this causes this view over the river, and 300 tons of fish dead. Now in Europe and America and in Arab countries, most of the peoples now are happy with eating sushi. And many peoples are interested with eating sushi. Washington News reported that the infection of fish from which sushi synthesized increased 283-fold in the last 40 years. This is due to helminthiasis, which will affect our health. This directs Europe and all over the world to make some clinics for fish. This science is called fish medicine. Fish medicine. For example, if you have your fish at home or at your farm, which may suffer any disease, you take your fish and you go to the clinic, to the doctor, and you pay 200 euro for treatment or for diagnosis of this fish. Although this fish may only cost 1 euro and you pay 200 euro for it. How it comes? This is a fact. This is in the University of Vienna. I have visited the University of Vienna many times, and I was invited to give several lectures there in Vienna, and I have seen this with my eye. If you are a farmer and you have a lot of fish which may be diseased and could die like that happened in the river, I think it's cheap to pay 200 euro to find a certain treatment for your fish, and your farm could be protected and you save millions of euro for the discovery of the drugs. The second problem is malaria. All of us know malaria. Malaria is a blood parasite, is a disease due to blood parasite transmitted by female Anopheles, okay? And it is called a vector-borne diseases due to the female Anopheles. As you know, 17% of the diseases are due to vector-borne diseases. And nearly 700,000 death cases occurs annually due to vector-borne diseases. This is the malaria map all over the world. If you see here, the large number of malaria cases are present in Africa. You have some cases here in India. At the previous time, there were more malaria cases in India, but now no more. When I give a lecture before the year 2000, I could say that every 1 minute, 3 children die of malaria. 3 children, every 1 minute die from malaria. I am speaking now since 10 minutes. Suppose how many one could die by malaria if we are in 2000. And during this time, nearly from 2 to 2 millions could die from malaria. But due to technology, drug discovery, and students like you and professors like you are working for the new drugs and new treatments, this percentage reduced. When I again give the same lecture in 2019 and I speak about the prevalence of malaria all over the world, the number of death cases reduced to only about 400,000 cases per year. The hope of the WHO is to let all the world getting rid of malaria by 2040. In fact, in 2020 and 2021, during COVID-19 period, during Corona time, the number of malaria cases increased again. This is because we focused only in COVID and we neglect the treatment of people infected with malaria. And we hope during the year 2025, the malaria cases decline again. Our group, in combination with Germany and the Gulf area, Egypt, Gulf area, and Germany, we have large projects for controlling of malaria. We worked on several genes to know the regulation of malaria. Some genes were upregulated, some genes were downregulated, and we have discovered a lot of medicinal plants against malaria. And this group tended to take or to award Nobel Prize. But Toyo Yuyu, Chinese lady, won the prize, not our group. Why? Because she discovered artemisinin from Artemisia anna, which could be a good medicinal plant against malaria. Where this medicinal plant were recorded to be against splenomegaly and many infectious diseases since ancient Egyptian time, and it has been reported in many temples and in memory papyrus and a lot of stuffs. Can our genes affected by our environment? This is the question. Can our genes affected by our environment? How can identical twins have different natural hair colors? If there are two twins, could they have by time a difference in hair color? For example, one with red hair and one with yellow hair. How can a single individual with two different eye colors, how this dog with a blue eye, for example, and another colored eye, how the same individual, his eye could be with different color too? This is epigenetics. This is epigenetics. This is not due to inheritance. This is not due to your DNA, which come from father and mother. No, this is due to something called epigenetics, which is methylation to your DNA or histone acetylation to your DNA that comes from your behavior or the environment you are living in. So, your behavior, your environment can control your genes, not only your inheritance from your father and your mother, okay? Epigenetics could increase the parasite survival, and of course, if the parasite survival are increased, the infection rate between us could be increased. Can food affect our genes? Can food affect our genes? Is it possible to be used for treatment? Yes. There is a story when German people attack Holland in the year, I think, 1944 to 1945. They prevented people in Holland from food. It was a famine. Famine means no food for these people. German people supply no food for Holland, and people there are hungry. Let we check the pregnant females during this time. When we checked the offspring of these pregnant females after birth by 60 years, okay, we noticed that most of the peoples born from hungry women subjected to famine has a lot of diseases. This is through epigenetic analysis we could discover that these offsprings coming from these pregnant females subjected to famine are subjected to a lot of disease. So hunger and the type of food can affect not only your health, your next offspring health. Is it possible to solve any problem alone with your discipline? For example, I'm a parasitologist. Is it possible to solve any problem in parasitology by me only? No. I should have another disciplines, another specialties, another programs that I could share, another people specialists in parasitology, immunology, molecular biology, biochemistry, and others to know how to solve many problems, okay? This comes through, the interdisciplinary research. The interdisciplinary research is now in all our universities. There are many new programs due to the technology are present. They were not present at the past. For example, cybercrime. If you need to be a specialist in a cybercrime, what should you study? Should you study law? Should you study mass communication? Should you study computer science? You should study all to know in cybercrime. If you are interested to be specialist in forensic entomology, for example, at the past, when a crime is present in our country, we find the physician, right? We don't know the reason of this crime. We don't know the reason of death due to the crime. But when an entomologist work with the physician together to solve the problems they can solve, through entomology, the insects come to the man die after a serial of time, and different types of insects come, and through identification of these insects or their stages, egg, larva, or so, we can determine if this person have been died in the desert or in the land, early morning, evening. So we can know a lot about the crime through the science of entomology, for example. Let me tell you a bad story. Sorry. In Africa, there was 500 child suffering from a lot of diseases. 500 child suffering from a lot of diseases. And nobody can diagnose these 500 children. They called an expert from America to come to Africa to see what is the problem of these 500 kids. When he arrived from a long distance, he requested all the 500 kids to carry out blood analysis. When he sees the report of the blood analysis from kids, he discovered that all kids has iron deficiency anemia. Iron deficiency anemia. This physician called the African people, you called me from America to come to South Africa for iron deficiency anemia? Any young physician can do that. Anyway, he wrote a prescription that all the 500 kids should take a medication called ferritin, okay, iron. Then all the 500 kids have taken the ferritin, the iron. 8 days later, the 500 child die. After 8 days of treatment with ferritin, the 800 child die. When they are searching about the reason of death, is it due to ferritin? Is it due to iron? But they have iron deficiency anemia. What is the reason of death of these kids? When they searched, they found that these students were infected with plasmodium inducing malaria. These kids were infected with malaria. And this parasite needs what? To replicate. This parasite to reproduce for reproduction inside the red blood corpuscles. What this parasite needs? He needs iron. He needs ferritin. So this American doctor gives this parasite a good meal, a good diet for reproduction. And this was the reason for the death of these kids. If this physician know well or discuss with another professor in different discipline and know how to treat the 500 kids, they cannot be die. They can save the 500 kids. But he decided alone because he's specialized in one discipline. I will give you a question. Who suffers more from severe malaria, males or females? Is it possible to use a mic free mic. Because I need to ask some students. Yeah. Now it's okay? Yeah, thank you. My question, especially to my students, because I was with them yesterday, and I asked them, the severity of infection due to malaria is more in male or in female? Who say in female the severity of infection is more? Raise his hand. Females? Okay, thank you. Who says that the severity of infection in male? Raise his hand. Okay, 50-50. 50-50. 50% of you say that males are more susceptible to infection, and 50% say females, okay? Let we make an experiment together to prove who is more strong. Do you think male is more strong or female? Again, female is more strong? Do you think that? We will see. Okay. Let we use animal models. Let we use animal models. We bring a male mice and we infect this mice with plasmodium. After 10 days, we find death of male. We bring female mice, then we infect it with the parasite inducing malaria. We stay 8 days, 18 days, 80 days, 180 days, 1 year, 2 years. Oh, she's strong. But what is the reason? What is the reason? Was the severity of infection in male is more than in female? If we think about the testosterone effect, all of us know testosterone. Testosterone is secreted in male and in female. In female, it is secreted from the adrenal gland. And in male, secreted from two regions, from adrenal gland and from testes, from the testis, okay? 95% of the secretion is from testes. 95% of the secretion is from the two testes. Let we make an experiment to prove that. If we bring a mice and we castrated this mice, what does it mean by castration of mice? We remove the testis by operation. We remove the testis by operation. It means we removed how much percent of testosterone? 95%, correct? We removed 95% of testosterone. Let we infect this mice with malaria. When we infect this mice with malaria, living, the male now is living. We repeat the story. We bring female and we inject the female with testosterone. What do you expect? The female will die or live? What do you expect? Who say that will die, raise hand. Okay? Who say that the female will be live, raise hand. A little, okay. Finally, the female died, okay? Most of the people raising the hand and say the female is more susceptible and the severity of infection is more in female is not correct. The female is a very, very, very strong person. The female is my daughter, is my wife, is my sister, is my mother. She's strong, and the same for you. The female has, I lit this figure, the female has many hands, many hands. One hand in office, one hand in kitchen, one hand in laboratory, one hand with kids, and she's a very, very, very strong, not like males, okay? And also, the story of sex susceptibility should be considered. If I continue speaking about female, I give you example of Marie Curie. Do you know Marie Curie? Marie Curie is a scientist. He awarded Nobel Prize 2 times. A female that awarded Nobel Prize 2 times. She is not a male, she is a female. She discovered polonium. She discovered polonium, and it is known as polonium because it is from Poland. And his book will be radiated for many hundreds of years. If you need to write or know more and more about this story, this is my book translated by 8 languages, okay? So, my question now, to solve the issue or to solve the problem of sex susceptibility during infection, as I am a parasitologist, is it possible for me alone to solve the problem, or should I share with another professors to take experience and solve the problem? I need endocrinologists to study the hormonal changes and more about hormones. I need a biochemist to know the signaling pathways. I need a pharmacist to determine which dose should be suitable. When you visit a doctor, and the doctor should determine if you are male and if you are female, which dose is suitable for you. Now we are working in personal medicine. Personal medicine is very important. And what about the medicine is required according to gender or according to sex? It should be considered by you as a pharmacist or by many people. Are you afraid of this? This is a question to my students. Somebody afraid from scorpion? If you know the secret, of a scorpion or of any organism, you will never afraid. Marie Curie say, nothing in life is to be feared, it is only to be understood. Nothing in life to be feared, it is only to be understood. This is a scorpion. You can play with the scorpion if you know the secret of the venom. And through the venom, we can have many drugs against cancer, against diabetes, against some analgesics, against viruses, and a lot of drugs can be discovered from scorpion, for example. Okay? Also, most of us afraid from jellyfish because it gives us, when we are swimming in the sea, for example, a lot of signals in our skin and cause inflammation. But it has many beneficials. Like I have spoken yesterday to my students here about leech, Hydrodo medicinalis, and what are the benefits of Hydrodo medicinalis in medicine and during surgery, okay? Here also, we can make a good business with this type of organisms, which is jellyfish. It could save energy if we can use the luminescence coming from it. We can make like this in our streets instead of electricity. We are now in a conference speaking about sustainability, correct? And this is methods to reduce energy by using the organisms in our life. Finally, I need to spread the knowledge of interdisciplinary research between students, between my colleagues, okay? And we should collaborate together. This is to solve many problems. And finally, I'd like to thank you so much. you have questions. Shall I go down or do you have questions? Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your very informative presentation, and it is very useful for student, I think. I have a basic question about, I read a article that blood group, the O positive blood group are more attractive for the mosquito, and there is the chance to get the more and more infections of the malaria. Is it any scientific logic or any scientific explanation?
Yes, of course. All of these are due to scientific. Do you know, my PhD thesis since more than 25 years ago about this point. We have made nearly about 120 publications about the issue of sex susceptibility due to malaria infection especially and due to other parasites.
So there is the relation of blood grouping and malaria infection.
Again, sorry?
Is there any relation of the blood grouping and malaria infection?
Yes, there is a relation which are the receptor concerning with the entry of the parasite inside the red blood cell is enhanced by testosterone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir, for your very constructive lectures. Can I see the slide regarding that malaria infection for male and female? Can you please go back the slide?
This one?
No, no. Malaria. Yeah. Next, 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 next. Malaria.
Yeah, okay.
No, no, next. Male, female, male, female.
Ah, okay. Male-female issue, yeah.
Yes, yeah. Before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who is more susceptible, male or female? So, obviously male, not female. Why? I would like to add one comment in this slide.
Yes.
You know, early in the morning, female enter into the kitchen. They cook food.
Yeah.
And the natural spices, like, you know, kalonji, black pepper, cinnamon, tejpata, curcumin, that is added to prepare the food. And that smell they enjoy.
Yeah.
That modulate the immunity. That may be one of the reasons because all these contain the phenolic compounds, potential antioxidants. What is your suggestions?
To study the reason behind that, we can study from the immunological part. We can study from endocrinological part. We can study it from parasitological part. For this, my question is, we should integrate together, you as a pharmacist and me as a zoologist, for example, to know well how it works. Because I studied it only from one point of view, which is testosterone effect.
Yes.
And I published with it a lot of paper because this is only my experience. I don't have a lot of experience. I should share with you and with others other experience to sit together to know the story well, to know the signaling pathway. As I mentioned to you before, the parasite is very intelligent. He changed itself like a virus, okay? And usually he go to the stem cell producing cells and destruct these cells for no more production. We need a lot of specialists in different disciplines. We need in vitro studies. We need in vivo studies. We need people from pharmacy to join us to study this from different point of view. And I would be happy if you can help me. I know that you are a specialist in bioinformatics and the hypothetical science, and this issue will facilitate for me. Instead of staying 2 years studying this story, you can direct me by your programs directly. In 1 month, I can finish.
Yeah, because through chemobioinformatics, we can explore the affinity of the components towards the target protein. That is absolutely true. So integration and coupling of science and technology to enhance the sustainability for the human beneficial, for the life beneficial.
And already we have used some medicinal plants and some green nanotechnology against malaria.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We enjoyed the lecture.
Thank you, Dr. Sisa. Okay.
Thank you, sir. I'm a big fan of yours. You as a student and me as a faculty, I have come across West Bengal and we have had several email exchange. So, taking your words about this and taking Shishita's, he's my brother from another mother, but he is my brother. So taking this and Shishita's word, I would like to say that, just to add on this, that women, especially females, previously, who were not first and foremost aware, and secondly, were little bit of engulfed in household only. Now they have come across household, and I think what you said is that epigenetics, that means environment, has helped females to accommodate and to suppress or to fight against many immunological perspectives that we baseline researchers, that we have seen it in experimental models too. That the cell lines, if it is derived from a female, they are giving a different angle of response, and the male mice are given different angle of response, the female mice are given a different angle of response. That should not have been, but it is when we are practicing experiments in actual system, experimental system, this is working. So you said it correctly. There are something that should stitch the hardcore pharmacokinetics, the hardcore in silico, the hardcore chemopharmaceutics, simulation, molecular biology, epigenetics, parasitology, immunology, and we all should come together, you know, for a better and a longer life for humankind.
Yeah, and this is a nice chance
Yeah.
to be together, all of us from different disciplines, to sit together and try to collaborate and to try to spread the knowledge of interdisciplinary research.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nobody, okay.
So thank you very much, sir. It was very informative. So our students, I hope they have enjoyed a lot. So we feel very happy you are here. So each and every concepts we understood very well, and we have seen a real Scorpion King in your presentation also. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, all the very best. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for your very knowledgeable session over today. We request you to accept our small token of gratitude from our institution. In this regard, I would like to call upon chairperson of this session and co-chair of this session. Please come on to the dais. I request you to come on to the dais. I would like to call upon Secretary and Correspondent of Nirmala College of Pharmacy and co-patron of this international symposium, Reverend Sister G. Nirmal Jyoti Garu, come on to the dais. And I would like to request Professor and Principal of Nirmala College of Pharmacy, Dr. P. Bamul Reddy sir, come on to the dais for the felicitation of eminent speaker of this session. I request Roy sir onto the stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause.
Thank you so much, sir, for all the time and support you have given throughout the event. Please give a big round of applause for such an eminent personality here amidst us today.
It's time to felicitate our chairperson of this session. Thangabalan sir, please accept our token of gratitude. I request Dr. Thangabalan sir to take the chair. Principal of SIMS College of Pharmacy and chairperson of this session. I would like to request co-chairperson of this session, Mrs. S. Srilekha Madam, please I accept our token of gratitude.
Thank you all the dignitaries for your presence and your time. I request all the dignitaries to move off the dais. Thank you so much. Before we move to the next session, I request everyone that please apologize us for a little delay in the inaugural session. So we have just one more scientific session today by one more speaker. It's not going to be lengthy. We have beloved Shishir sir here for the next session. So we'll be completing it and then we'll be moving for lunch. So please be patient and stay back here without moving. We are delighted today to have the next scientific session by Professor Shishir Nandi sir from the Global Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Uttarakhand, as the distinguished speaker. Professor Nandi is renowned for his expertise and contributions to the field of pharmaceutical education and research. We look forward to his valuable insights. For this session will be presided over by Professor M.V. Nagabhushanam sir, Principal of Hindu College of Pharmacy, a distinguished academician. We are honored to have here, sir. We have the co-chairperson. Mrs. Lakshmi Anusha, here with us as the next member of the session. Now it's my privilege to introduce our co-chairperson. I request her to come on to the dais, please. Mrs. V.L. Anusha, a pharmacy professional currently working as associate professor in SIMS College of Pharmacy. She has various experiences of working in various institutions. She completed her bachelor's of pharmacy from Hindu College of Pharmacy and master's also from the same institution. And currently she is pursuing her PhD from KL University. She has 53 published papers and 11 published patents, and she is an organizing member of various events of in various departments of her institution. She is the social media in charge. She has presented many papers and won various prizes, almost 30. So please give her a big round of applause. I invite her to accept as a co-chairperson and to introduce our chairperson for today's event. So just one more minute, please.
So very good afternoon to the respected dignitaries of the dais. And I feel privileged and honored to be here as a part of co-chairperson of the today's presentation. Now, I feel more privileged to introduce our today's chairperson of the present session, Dr. M.V.N. Nagabhushanam Garu. He is a professor, principal and HOD, the Department of Pharmaceutical Regulatory Affairs. And sir has a total of 25 years of teaching experience and 13 years of research experience. Under the guidance of sir, 4 students are awarded with PhD and a total of 25 students are awarded with PG. And sir got published many articles in both international and national journals with a citation value of 487 and high index of 11 and I-10 index of 14. Sir got the Best Principal Award in 2024 by the Council for Skills and Competencies, Government of India. Sir is a life member for many of the governing bodies, includes Indian Pharmaceutical Association, that is IPA, and Association of Pharmaceutical Teachers of India, that is APTI, and Association of Pharmacy Professionals, APP. And sir is also a fellow member in Association of Biotechnology and Pharmacy. Sir is also a nominee for CCSEA, which is a guidelinary board for experimentation of animals, that is a committee for control of supervision and experimentation of animals. And sir is a member for a board of studies in Acharya Nagarjuna University, ANU. So with this brief introduction, I, on behalf of Nirmala College of Pharmacy, welcome you, sir. And I would like to thank total organizing committee of Nirmala College of Pharmacy for giving this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's my privilege and honor to be a part of this wonderful international symposium. Thanking the organizers of Nirmala College of Pharmacy for making me to be a part of this session. And Professor Dr. Sisir Nandi, sir has completed PhD from Indian Institute of Chemical Biology, CSIR, as a CSIR Gate Fellow, India, and had been awarded PhD in Pharmacy degree in 2010 by Jadavpur University, India. And he had his postdoctoral research as European Union Marie Curie Fellowship in Laboratory of Chemometrics, National Institute of Chemistry, Slovenia, Europe. And his specialization in pharmaceutical chemistry, Dr. Nandi is working in the area of QSAR, anti-COVID, anti-cancer, antiviral, anti-tubercular, anti-malarial drug design, development, discovery and research, biological activity, prediction of lead molecules, lead receptor interactions, visual screening, and lead hoping. He published more than 130 original research articles and reviews in reputed international journals such as Spring, Nature, and Bentham books. He presented his research work in many international conferences across the world. He is editorial advisory board member of scientific reports such as Nature and Discovery Chemistry, Springer, Trends in Advanced Sciences and Technology, and many other reputed journals. Sir is having more than 15 years of teaching and 20 years of research experience and has been guiding many masters and doctoral students. He is very competent in organizing many government-funded international seminars, conferences, and symposia as organizing secretary, and has been working with government-funded research projects. With these a few introductory lines, I feel it as my privilege and welcome Sri Sisir Nandi Garu to start this session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, honorable chairpersons, co-chairpersons, to introduce me in this scientific session. I feel really honored, and I am thankful to President, Director, Sister Madam, and Sister Jyoti Ma'am. I am really thankful to Professor B. Pamula Reddy, Honorable Principal of this college, and Professor Hare Krishna Rai, Organizing Secretary, and other members of this international symposium for inviting me and for providing the beautiful hospitality. It's my privilege to have a scientific discussion on screening of chemo preventives to combat colorectal issues. Hello. Next. You know, early in the morning, when we get up from the bed, if our bowel movement is clear, then we feel that we are the happiest person in this world. It depends on intake of healthy food, fruits, healthy drinks, regular activities and exercise, and good habits. These are the good habits. But we do mistake. We have bad habits and great affinity to take oily food, spicy food, chili food, fast food. We have great affinity to take animal red meat. We have great affinity for smoking, drinking, colored sweets. So what would be the effect? The effect is obesity and lack of exercises. We are under a lot of brain pressure, work pressure, and long sitting, like you know, that software industries, post offices, bank, shops, lack of night sleeping, unhealthy lifestyle factors like long gap in the intake of between the breakfast, lunch, dinner, improper diet, sufficient drinking water, drug side effect, narcotic drug addiction. What are the side effects? It causes the abdominal discomfort and GIT issues like gastritis, flatulence, irritable bowel syndrome, and constipation. These are the very, very frequent issues in our family members. You know why? What is the reason? You see, this is gut, intestine. This is lungs. And in the gut, microbiota is present, microbiome. What is microbiome? Microbiome is the collection of beneficial microorganisms which are responsible for our body immunity, which are responsible for digestion, which are responsible for metabolism. So, due to our, this kind of bad practice, this gut is under stress and microbiota is going to be lost. When microbiota is going to be lost, this intestinal tight junctional protein, it might be lost. And then it causes the intestinal inflammation, colonic disorders. This problem causes the generation of pathogenic bacteria in the colon area. These are the main reasons. Now, one experimental studies has been carried out by our student. You might have seen this picture. In the fields, the farmers spraying insecticides and pesticides for a long time without wearing the mask. The droplets of pesticides, insecticide goes inside through mouth, through nose. This kind of issues arises, gastrointestinal problem arises like flatulence, indigestion, loose motion, lack of intake of the food, lack of appetite, skin problems, breathing difficulties. So, now the question arises, does inhalation or ingestion of these pesticides kill microbiome of the gut? Does pesticides attack the brain receptor? So, we have studied, we have done the field work. We have inquired by interacting with the farmers who are spraying pesticides, insecticides in the fields for a long time. And they have reported these issues. Now you see, she is one of the M-Pharma students, work under my supervision. I have assigned her the work. You know this Yakult. What is Yakult? This is a suspension of Lactobacillus casei. It is available in the market. If gastrointestinal problem is there, we drink the Yakult suspension solution. We drink it. So, by in vitro study, the student has done the in vitro study. What she has done? By using the MRS agar broth, this Lactobacillus casei has been grown. And these colonies, you know, these are the Lactobacillus casei colonies. It has been transferred, putting the MRS broth solution. And, you know, these are the turbidity produced. Then, these solutions, by using simple UV visible spectrophotometer, the reading was taken, absorbance was taken. What is the absorbance? 1.287. This is the absorbance. For this colony, while turbidity produced in the MRS broth. Now you see, generally, in this study, we have selected two compounds frequently used, copper oxychloride and thiophenate methyl. These are the used for the protection of potato, cauliflower, brinjal, very, for wheat, for, you know, rice protection from the pesticides and insecticides attack. Now, you just see this copper oxychloride and thiophenate methyl, this has been added in the test cuvette and the measurements was taken. Means after adding pesticides in a very dilute concentration, 10 to the power minus 3 concentration dilution, it was added. It was added on the turbidity grown. Then absorbance was taken. You see, this copper oxychloride absorbance 0.323 and this thiophenate methyl absorbance 0.563. So, what was the control absorbance? 1.287. This was the control absorbance 1.287 when lactobacillus grown. After adding the pesticides, it become less, 0.323 and 0.563. So what does it indicate? It indicates that this pesticides addition can kill the microbiota. This in vitro study was done simply by using UV visible spectrophotometer, and this work has been published in Springer. Now, you might have seen this picture. In our daily life, we are using the food additives. This what food additives? Red chili, color is given, curcuma, yellow color is given, sugar, you know, color sweets. This wheat flour, this is the original color of the wheat flour. And this is
addition of food additives to make it whiteness. So these are we are taking in our daily life. Do you know what is the side effect of this food additive? What is the cumulative side effect of this food additive? Do you know? It can attack the DNA. It can kill the DNA by chromosomal aberration. Now you see, food additives like disodium glycerate, sweetener, sweetening agent, sunset yellow, tartrazine, coloring agent, propyl gallate, preservative, antioxidant, alloxan, floor whitener. You see, this alloxan, this is used, floor whitener. What is floor whitener? This, to make it whiteness, white color, multigrain atta, which is available in the market. Now, just you see, do you know what does it affect? Cumulative effect? It causes lifestyle disorders like diabetes, hypertension, cancer. One experimental studies has been carried out in our laboratory. Alloxan was taken, injected into the mice. You see, this is the healthy mice, blood glucose level 112 mg per deciliter. When alloxan was given, suddenly blood glucose level rises 207. And now, you see, the percentage fluorescence cell study was carried out. And you see, when healthy animal, 52%. When alloxan was given, 89%. Now you see, this picture, chromosomal, I have told that it can attack the DNA and causes DNA damage, gene aberration. This study was carried out. This is for the healthy mice. You see, this is for the healthy mice. And you see, B and C. This is for alloxan treated. This is for alloxan treated. Alloxan means there's food additives. Chromosomal aberration is there. Less fragmentation means this is the healthy mice, this is the treated mice. Gene aberration, chromosomal aberration, fragmentation of the DNA. Now, so alloxan causes DNA damage and it increases the high blood glucose level and DNA fragmentation. Now, how to solve it? What is the solution? We have taken pelarogolidine. This is a phytocomponent for the prevention. When pelarogolidine was given, you see, pelarogolidine phytocomponent at defined doses when it is given, the rise blood glucose level, it decreases, tends to normal. Here also, percentage, fluorescence, here also tends to normal. So pelarogolidine is a natural component that can be given for the treatment of alloxan-induced diabetes and alloxan-induced DNA damage. And they are our student, PhD scholars. And these experimental studies was carried out in collaboration with Dr. Rashmita, Kalyani University, West Bengal. And this paper, you see, published in European Journal of Pharmaceutical Sciences, our PhD scholar, impact factor 4.384. Now you see, what is the physiology behind this colonic disorder? You see, lungs and gut, there is a good talk. What does it mean, good talk? Good talk means good friendship. Good friendship is there. Good talks are there between the lungs and intestine. Who is the mediator of talking? The mediator of talking is microbiota. When colorectal issues arises due to stress, microbiota is getting lost. Then the good talks between lungs and gut is going to be lost. That's why when colorectal problem arises, whole the systems is under stress, liver is under stress, pancreas is under stress, stomach is under stress, spleen is under stress, gallbladder is under stress. That's why, what is the position of heart? This is the position of heart. Here the heart is present. Almost here, left side heart is present. Here. Now, you just see. So if this system becomes inflamed, this become inflammation, it pressurizes the heart. Lungs function is going to loss automatically. If lungs function is decreasing, heart function is decreasing. That is the mechanism behind why microbiota is very beneficial for us. And now see, what kind of further consequences happen for the GIT issues, colorectal issues. You see anal fissure. What is anal fissure? When hardening of the stool passes through anal orifice, it becomes rupture. That is called anal fissure. Then, you know fistula. Fistula means formation of a hollow tube and blood is deposited inside. Then, you know piles or hemorrhoids, the inflammation of the veins inside the smooth muscle of colorectal area. And finally, one more problem arises, that is called fecal impaction. What is that? Some fecal material, stool material is getting attached inside the smooth muscle. And you see, this is the rupture area. This is the fecal material. Fecal material can continuously infected with this one. Continuous burning, continuous bleeding arises. What will be happening? What will be happening? The genes and proteins in this area abnormally overexpress. What will be the results? Cancer. That is called colorectal cancer. Now, how to get rid of? What is the solution? Solution is preventive measurement. If cancer is happening, we take the medicine, anti-cancer drugs. But we have to take measurement, preventive measurement in our daily life, so that our gut function, our lungs function, heart function becomes okay. We must be healthy individuals, not to be attacked by any kind of lifestyle diseases like sugar, like diabetes, like cancer. What would be the preventive measurement? You know, identification of food that causes gastrointestinal irritation. Already I have told, we must be avoid fried, oily, spicy, chili food and excess consumption of the red meat. We must have to take the probiotic foods, like, you know, fermented vegetables. Dahi means yogurt and buttermilk. Pickle, that helps to grow gut microbiota to make us healthy. Now you see, intake of fiber food like oats meal, whole grain wheat, fruits, ripe banana, papaya, mango, grapes, pineapple, guava, dates, orange, strawberry, cucumber. Sufficient intake of the drinking water. Now you see, these fruits, natural fruits, what does it contain? It contains the antioxidants. So when a patient is suffering from this colorectal problem, doctor gives the medicine. Doctor suggests this, and doctor suggests synthetic antioxidants. So doctor suggested synthetic drugs along with synthetic antioxidant tablet capsule. Why shall we not take the natural one? Now you see, preventive measurement, what is that? Siege bath, along with the addition of alum. Then, you know, stool softener like milk of magnesia, liquid paraffin combination suspension. And now, you see, lactulose, but, you know, this milk of magnesia suspension, liquid paraffin combination, this has limitations because this can produce the drug resistance. This can produce problem for the pregnant woman. Now you see, lactulose, this is given. Along with the lactulose, these capsules are given vitamin A, vitamin E, vitamin C, N-acetylcysteine. What is that? They are antioxidant. Vitamin A, E, C, N-acetylcysteine are antioxidant. This has been reported that they are given for the treatment of colorectal cancer. But how does this antioxidant produce their anti-cancer mechanism against colon cancer? That have not been explored yet. That is why it is our target in the present study to explore the biochemical mechanisms at a molecular level of these components. So the question is, do these component inhibit the colon oncoprotein overexpression? This is the question. Now you see, in our laboratory, in our institute laboratory, we have very strong expertise of in silico chemo bioinformatic approach. What we have done, these ligands we have selected, these are the components. And you see, KRAS G12C, this is a protein present in colorectal area. This protein is going to overexpress. So we have checked whether this component have mode of binding affinity to bind this protein by in silico structure-based molecular docking study. These are the, these are the experimental studies that has been reported that, overexpression of KRAS G12C, it can produce the colorectal and pancreatic cancer. Now you see this picture. Next. Next. Who is controlling? You see, sotorasib, this is a standard drug given for the treatment of colorectal cancer. This is a standard drug, and this drug can bind to this area. This is a colorectal protein, KRAS protein, and this, this red ball, this is the active binding site, and this sotorasib can bind in the active cavity very well. This is a standard drug given for the treatment of colorectal cancer. Now you see, all these components, all these drugs, this is the structure of vitamin C, vitamin E, NAC, vitamin A, lactulose. All these drugs fit well inside the active cavity, active site of this colorectal protein. Next. It is not working. Next. Next slide. Now you see, this is the sotorasib standard drug when it is interacted with KRAS protein. This is the drug mechanism of action. This is the standard drug when it is interacted with this protein. Lysine 10, cysteine 12, lysine 16, proline 34, and like that tyrosine up to tyrosine 96. These are the essential amino acids. These are the amino acids. These can interact with different groups of this drug. And now, you see, lactulose, when interacted with KRAS protein, these amino acids are given. And when vitamin E is interacted with active site of this target, these amino acids are coming. Now, when vitamin C can interact, these amino acids are coming. When vitamin E interact, these amino acids are coming. Now, N-acetylcysteine, when it is interact, these amino acids are coming. Now you see, what is the summary? You see the summary? This is the standard drug. These amino acids are coming. And in all these components, these all amino acids included there, means almost match, almost similar with the mode of binding of that sotorasib standard drug. Now you see this picture. Standard drug is there. This is the standard drug. Here you see this picture. This is the standard drug. And these are aligned with the standard drug inside the active cavity. Lactulose, vitamin A, vitamin C, N-acetylcysteine, aligned with the standard drug when interacted with the active site. But you see, when vitamin E added, this is the vitamin A. Some groups of the chemical groups of the vitamin A, it has been displaced from this aligned zone. What does it mean? It means vitamin A can interact in more area and its mechanism of action at a molecular level is something different. You see, vitamin A can produce extra interaction with valine 9 and histidine 95. So, these are the exploration of molecular mechanism of different component when inhibiting the target protein. Now you know, molecular dynamic studies has been carried out, means integration of computational sciences, pharmaceutical technologies, multidisciplinary sciences, that already discussed by Professor Dikhil. Very nice lecture. He has given example for the cyber crime. Now, what is molecular dynamics? Molecular dynamics simulation is carried out. What does it represent? It represents, you see, whether when drug is bind inside the cavity, whether this drug can be dissociated if it is turbulating inside. Now, you see, video please. Click the video. Click on it. Video is there in the folder. Video is there, you click on it. Video is separately added on the folder. You just see this picture. This is the molecular dynamics carried out, MD simulation. Means you see, this is given one example for the lactulose. That oncoprotein active site try to push out the medicine from the active site, but drug does not want to displace. This is the picture you see. This is the picture. Drug finally occupy this active site to inhibit that. This is the beauty of in silico study. You have explored the molecular mechanism as well as you have explored whether that drug receptor complex is stabilized or not. Okay, come back to the slide. Next. Expand. So, the conclusion is, we must have to be dependent on the natural fruits, natural vegetables, natural life. We must have to be active in our life. With discipline, we must have to do our regular exercise in a disciplined way to make us healthy, yoga and exercise. Because as you know, there is no substitute for mother. So, there is no substitute for natural medicines that can protect us from the dreadful attack of synthetic drugs side effect, and that can control the drug resistance and side effect of the synthetic drugs. Now you see, I have good collaboration with Dr. Asmita Samadar, West Bengal. I am situated in north part of India. Dr. Osmita's laboratory is situated in east part of the India. I used to visit there and work with the students and get constructive results, explore the constructive results, enjoy the work. Time is not a constant. Enjoy the work, whole 24 hours. And now you see, I really thank by heart to my collaborators, Professor Dimitri from Russia, Dr. Aruni Saxena, he is a clinician, MBBS MD doctor from United Kingdom, Dr. Osmita, Dr. Hare Krishna Rai, and I forgot to put his name, Dr. Amit Rai, who is my friend. And now you see, I must acknowledge the support from government of Uttarakhand. And you see, he is Dr. A.K. Saxena, and he is Dr. Mrs. Professor Saxena, Mridula Saxena. They are my academic Guruji and academic Guruma who taught me. And now I would like to acknowledge and show my deep respect to Dr. M.C. Bagchi, who is my mentor of the PhD. You know, in Hindi, you know, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwaro. Say they are my Guruji. I show deep respect to their feet. And finally, without students' help, this could not be possible. These are some few pictures with the students. They have generated the excellence results, current neuropharmacology article. Impact, it was high impact factor. It is high impact factor. So teachers always motivate the students, and teachers can able to see with the eyes of the students. Without students' help, we cannot do anything. So students are the very constructive, and you know, this is my laboratory, and in that background, that 2 workstations have been installed. Experimental, some instruments are there, and this informatics drug design softwares expertise we have, QSCR drug design, molecular modeling, pharmacophore modeling, pharmacophore dynamics, and these all softwares knowledge I am experienced. And the good news is, I am the organizing secretary of the symposium, upcoming symposium, on the date of 15, 16, 17 February, where many foreigners, including Osmita, is also coming. You are all cordially invited, and it is, you know, approved by MEA, MHA, and supported by the Springer. You are all cordially invited, and book of abstract will contain review original research that will be published at free of cost. Now, finally, you know, I would like to salute my mother India, Mera Bharat Mahan. These are the some recent publications. So I would like to enjoy the questions if you have, please.
The session is open for discussion. I request the chairperson, sir, to take over the session, please. I request everyone to please stay back. We'll be having announcements also after this. Please stay back for 2 minutes.
So on behalf of Nirmala College of Pharmacy, I propose the concluding remarks for the session, the wonderful session that is presented by Professor Dr. Sisir Nandi Garu on the screening of chemo preventives to combat the colorectal issues, wherein Sir has given the various measures how to prevent the problems, especially the chemo preventives related to the colorectal issues. And also Sir has explained wonderfully about the influence of the probiotic drinks, and also what are the factors such as the prevention of inhalation of pesticides which are damaging the microbiota, and also influence of food additives which are causing these lifestyle disorders, and especially the alloxan related DNA damage and GIT disturbances, causing the colorectal issues under oxidative stress, leading to gastritis and IBS and other consequences leading to colorectal issues. And sir also gave the preventive measures such as intake of probiotic foods, pickles and yogurt, buttermilk, which are having a lot of the antioxidants, especially present in the fresh foods, fresh vegetables such as pineapple, orange, grapes, etc. And also taking bath with alum. And thankful for a wonderful session, sir, with concluding remark by expressing the gratitudes to the professors who taught him with a concluding sentence called as the Mera Bharat Mahan. We are very much thankful for your presence and wonderful session, and all of us have wonderfully delighted and also learned many things on the selected topic, that is screening of chemo prevention to combat the colorectal issues. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much to our speaker, Shishir Nandi sir, to the chairperson and co-chairperson. Now I request our speaker of today's session, such a thought-provoking and thought-insightful session. Sir, please accept a small token of gratitude. I request our principal sir and the organizing secretary, Roy sir, to join onto the dais, please. I request Dikhil sir also to please accompany for the felicitation to the speaker. I request the chairperson and the co-chairperson to do the proceedings of felicitation to the speaker of today's session. Thank you so much, Shishir sir. Your session was such a wonderful, thought-provoking for all of us. Congratulations on your wonderful work you are doing. Hope we would like to collaborate with you in future. Thank you so much. Please give a big round of applause. These personalities sharing their experiences of research and work with us is a wonderful lesson for all of us. Now I request the chairperson of today's session, Professor Nagabhushanam sir, Principal of Hindu College of Pharmacy, to accept a small token of gratitude on behalf of the institution. Thank you, Nagbhushanam sir. We know you are busy. Despite of your busy schedule, you are here with us today. You have explained us the insights of the presentation to all of us. Thank you for your keen interest with our institute. We hope to collaborate with you in future as well. And last but not the least, last but not the least, we have the co-chairperson of today's event, Mrs. Lakshmi Anusha Madam from SIMS College of Pharmacy. Ma'am, thank you for acting as co-chair and introducing our chairperson to everyone. Thank you for your time and effort you have put in. We are pleased to have all the three dignitaries with us. Thank you, Mrs. Anusha, for being here. It's an honor for all of us to see such esteemed personalities amidst us today. I request all the dignitaries, you can move off the dais. Thank you so much for your time and the lessons you teach us through your research experiences. We have your announcement before moving for lunch. We'll be moving for lunch and we'll be back by 2:30 here again back. Before that, we have outside near the registration counters, consultancies for abroad studies waiting for you. If you need any kind of assistance, we have IDP, agent, global reach, expert advice, and many more. They are also ready to help you for your passport services. And any suggestions regarding your abroad education, you can go and meet them during your lunch break. Post-lunch, we'll be meeting and having 3 more speaker sessions today, so make full utilization of it. I hope you have gained good knowledge through the morning sessions. Thank you to the speakers, chairpersons, and co-chairpersons. We'll be right back in half an hour, signing off for this pre-lunch session. Thank you all. We'll disperse and be back. Have a happy lunch. Thank you. Post-lunch, 2 to 4 p.m., oral and poster presentations will be commencing in the next block, Nirmala block. Those who have presentations can go. Those who are not giving any presentations, be right back here. For any other doubts, you can reach reception committee. Thank you.
Welcome him to present us his talk through Zoom meeting. Thank you so much.
Okay. Dear Chair, I still have problems with sharing the screen. Since if I click here share screen, it's written host disabled participant screen sharing. Can you do something about that?
Okay, I will try to manage this to see
Please.
if the audience are seeing also and everything is sharing is correct. Just give me 30 seconds. Okay? Okay.
Take your time. So meanwhile, I can introduce Professor Andre Perdich, his pharmacist. So he's sitting next to me to help me with this Zoom presentation. Otherwise, we are talking about molecular simulation, mountaineering, skiing, and stuff like that.
Sir, you can share your screen now, sir.
Okay, now we can, huh? Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good.
Thank you.
Share? Yes? Allow?
As the full screen.
Tole?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we are in the business. Thank you, Professor Andre Perdich, for this help here, and you guys for your kind invitation. So today I'm supposed to talk about neurodegeneration with applications to SARS-CoV-2. So I'm coming from Slovenia. It's a relatively small country, part of the European Union, and we have even 40 kilometers of the coast. So here is a nice snapshot. So why I am giving this video lecture? Normally I would be visit your place, talk with you, but then two times in a row my visa application was canceled. So don't ask me why. That's all information that I got back. So this is, I would say, an embarrassment for the Indian diplomacy, not for you guys. You did your job perfect. Okay. Now to better things. This is Slovenia. Here, it's a small country of 2 million people. Dimensions are like 300 by 200 kilometers. And we are neighbors to Italy, Austria, Hungary, and Croatia. 30 years ago, this was part of Yugoslavia, and most of this country is covered by Alps. So at least this is where I'm coming from. So Ljubljana is the capital, and the population is roughly 250,000 people. So everything you can reach on foot. So we like mountaineering, ski touring, climbing, and we have plenty of castles over there. So this is follow up because in the south, Bosnia and so was occupied by Turks, by Ottomans, and they were visiting Slovenia. That was for several hundred years part of the Austrian Empire, and people had to defend. Okay, so that you have a little bit of a glimpse how this country looks like. This is my group. I am unfortunately these days heading the theory department, so I have 40, no, almost 50 people, but this is like a group, and we are quite diverse bunch of people. So we are writing equations, we are trying to model proteins, we try to understand function of the central nervous system and neural signal transductions. We are also performing experiments, and some of the group members are clinicians. So the final goal is to understand function of biological macromolecules. Then we would like to bind a small molecule to this biological macromolecule, change its function, and this is called drug design. It should be clear that drug that you find on a shelf these days in the drugstore costs roughly $4 billion or euros, so my country cannot afford this. But we can come to the animal experiments and the ideas. Okay. Now we are already close to the introduction. So we try to understand neurodegeneration. This is the process how neurons die. So human brain consists of 80 plus billion neurons. So that's 10 times more than the number of people on the planet Earth. And if you go to the older textbooks, this number was smaller. So unwritten rule, it's always 10 times as is the current number of people on the planet. And then these neurons, these long molecules, are connected with this synapses. So and I estimate that in 1 cubic millimeter just of this cerebral cortex, there are about 90,000 neurons and over 700 million synapses. So in these synapses, in these bindings, are stored all information, that you're able to read and write, that you remember paintings from the exhibition or some arias from a nice opera. So all information is stored in this synapses. So when neurons are dead or damaged, then signal transduction is impaired, and what is clinically manifested as neurodegeneration. And we have basically two main diseases that's called Alzheimer disease and morbus Parkinson. So the morbus Parkinson is at least in its initial phase restricted to the nigrostriatal pathway, while morbus Alzheimer starts at the entire brain. So this is healthy brain, and here is the sick brain. So when first clinical signs starts to appear, when people start to lose words or don't remember where they put their keys, already 70% of the neurons is dead. And this is absolutely the most pathology. Okay. Neurons die because of the oxidative stress. So hydrogen peroxide reacts to oxygen species, and this then these damage neurons. So main sources of reactive oxygen species is electron transfer chain, so these are mitochondria. Monoamine oxidase catalyzed oxidative deamination of monoamines, dopamine autooxidation, and inflammation that appears later on. We made a bit of a review of kinetics of these processes, and you can read this in this paper here. Oh. Central nervous system weighs about 2% of the total body mass, but it consumes 20% of the oxygen. And then there are two mechanisms how neurons die. So reactive oxygen species would chemically attack these fatty acid tails constituting the membrane, And then when membrane starts leaking, then neuron is dead. When you have influx of sodium and exflux of potassium, neuron is dead. The other possibility is that this iron and copper ions oxidize, and then those oxidized ions form stable complexes with alpha-synuclein that folds to amyloid plaque, and then this vesicular transport is impaired, and that such neuron is just sick. This neuron you can still save. Okay. Monoaminergic system, it consists of neurons that secrete monoamines like dopamine, adrenaline, noradrenaline, histamine, and serotonin. So dopamine is the most abundant, and it is basically located here on the mitochondria outer membrane, and its function is decomposition of monoamines. So the fate of monoamines is they are stored in such vesicles, they are excreted with exocytosis, then they would reach the postsynaptic receptors, they are excited, this is the signal, and then large majority of this monoamines is reuptaken, this is dopamine transporter, and when they are in the cytoplasm of the presynaptic neurons, they are squeezed to these vesicles, and this does vesicular transport. So the level, so 80%, that's the reason why people are sniffing cocaine or taking amphetamines that would block this transport, and so inhibition of monoamine oxidases is not very efficient way to get stoned. Okay. We basically demonstrated that the chemical mechanism, it works like that this enzyme that is flavin dependent cleaves CH bond vicinal to the neutral amino group, and proton transfer is concerted with the lone pair. So this flavin acts like a sponge, and proton plus lone pair is hydride. So this is an important message, and it took us a couple of years to recognize that this is the plausible step. So Micha made a movie of this. You can see it, how hydrogen or hydride is slowly picked up by flavin. So Micha is an excellent researcher. Unfortunately, he moved to Sweden. Okay. We performed multi-scale simulation, so on the QMMM level by using empirical valence bond. One demonstrated if one has dopamine and just lumiflavin, then barrier is huge and nothing happens. In water, this barrier decreases to 26 kcal, while in the enzyme, it goes to 16 kcal, what is in perfect agreement with the experiment, and this corresponds to the turnover 1 per second. Unfortunately, dopamine is a construction error. It's reactive, and besides being decomposed by monoamine oxidase, it also auto-oxidizes, and the rate constant is 0.14, so it's just 7 times slower than in monoamine oxidase. And please note that side product is hydrogen peroxide. And follow-up is that on this very limited part of the human brain that is responsible for movement or walking, you have damage to dopaminergic neurons, and this is Parkinson's disease. So we suggest the mechanism of dopamine oxidation. The idea is that hydroxide ion goes and attacks the dopamine, water is formed, and then this system, so CH bond is cleaved, and then intramolecular Michael addition follows. We calculated just by quantum chemical calculations that we have a barrier of 6.6 kcal, and then this 15.7, these are Henderson-Hasselbalch equation terms. So this is a reversible work to form OH minus from water, and this is 9 minus pH, so 9.6 is the pH value of the amino group, is the pK value of the amino group, and you can see that at acidic pH values nothing happens, and at pH 5.6, that's here in the vesicles, then dopamine is stable 2 weeks, while here in the extracellular place or in the cytoplasm, we are talking about minutes. So evolution basically stored in the dopamine in the acidic vesicles like this pickled cucumbers. So that's worth to remember. Well, there is one problem. People that have sick dopaminergic neurons, you cannot supply them with the dopamines. It cannot penetrate hematoencephal barrier. So blood barrier prevent this, while levodopa, its precursor, goes through. Please note, levodopa is just tyrosine with the two OH groups. You can see them here. This goes through the membrane. So levodopa is the first choice drug for treatment of Parkinson, but unfortunately it's also reactive and can enter the redox cycle. It's also built in the proteins like tyrosine, so polymerase is not very, very picky, no? And as such, it represents steady source of reactive oxygen species. These clinicians usually say that Parkinson patients, after taking levodopa for 3-4 years, in that period they are fine, they are playing football, they are mountaineering, and after then they cannot move anymore. So these are L-dopa related substances. So the fate of levodopa is that it goes to this quinone form and then it enters the chemistry. So we basically follow the same strategy. OH minus attacks this aromatic CH group, and then cyclization forms is concerted and water is formed. We performed that on the empirical valence bond level, so we treated that on the quantum level. So we applied molecular mechanics for chemical reactions that brought on the Arya Marshall Nobel Prize 10 years ago, and we embedded that to a droplet of water, so a few thousand waters here, and we calculated the reaction profile, and we see that the barrier was higher in this case. So we came to the theoretical barrier of 31 kcal, and the experimental barrier is 27. Well, I would say it's reasonable agreement. So this was published last year. Still, I realized that formation of the hydroxide ion in water or in proteins is far from being easy. We had a recently discussion with Johan Åquist from Uppsala and this Gabriel Wanka that is sitting next to him. So they said, Johannes, what if the rate limiting step is just formation of the OH minus from two water molecules? So they meet each other and they form H3O plus and the OH minus. This is the same as in the carbonic anhydrase. This is the enzyme you have in your mouth, and when you are drinking beer or so, you have this carbon dioxide bubbles. That's the reason why people like that much drinks with the carbon dioxide. So over there, in carbonic anhydrase, it is rate limiting step. So it's interesting, reference reaction in aqueous solution was obtained from this Manfred Eigen paper from the year 55. That so with ultra fast electrical pulses he measured the rate of recombination of OH3 plus and of H3O plus and OH minus, so that he measured, while this equilibrium he obtained from the pK values of H3O plus and OH minus. This paper is in German. If someone wants, I can send him or her. Okay, I took paper and pencil and I calculated the equilibrium constant for water at pH 7. It's essential that you divide this by concentration of water, and so that's mole fractions of protons and OH minus, and one is of course mole fraction for water, and you obtain equilibrium constant of 3.2 times 10 on minus 18, what would give rise to the equilibrium of 23.88, and the backward reaction barrier is of course lower and was from Eigen's experiment, and then the forward reaction is 26 kcal. So you add the equilibrium and the backward reaction. So strategy for the future to test this hypothesis, this work is not yet done, we'll have to calculate pK value of water molecule forming water dimer in different environments. So in levodopa in aqueous solution, levodopa built in the protein, so pK value of water depends on its environment. So carbonic anhydrase water pK shift was accomplished by protein environment plus zinc ion. So this is challenge for future. So that we are planning to do in the very next future. Okay, we said that large majority of dopamine is stored in the vesicles with low pH, so 90–70% is there, and we learned that at this acidic pH, dopamine is stable for weeks. While here, it will disappear on a time scale of minutes. So then question is, can amphetamine or cocaine induce morbus Parkinson or Parkinsonism? So dopamine, cocaine will block just this vesicular transporter, while amphetamine will block this guy, vesicular transporter plus vesicular, so dopamine transporter plus vesicular transporter. And we obtained this permeability, change of permeability after sniffing cocaine from the animal experiment. And we realized that permeability is reduced in the synaptic gap, the levels go up. And then, of course, patients are stoned after sniffing cocaine. We introduced kinetic model, experimental kinetic model, and we realized that in the case of cocaine, this happens only in the synaptic gap, while in the cytosol, the concentrations are not changed. While in the case of amphetamine, we observe substantial increases of dopamine over there, giving rise to autooxidation. And at certain point, dopamine transporter cannot cope anymore with those high concentrations, and you have flush of dopamine to the extracellular place. And follow-up is people that are sniffing, that are taking amphetamines on the rave party have hangover for 3 weeks. So and if you repeat this over and over, then you would for surely finish with the Parkinsonism. So take-home messages: if you want to take any of those two substances, avoid amphetamines at any cost. So for your information, this was actually such experiments. Reserpine, this is vesicular transporter, induced Parkinsonism, and levodopa dopamine precursor improves the symptoms. So this is the 1957 paper of Arvid Carlsson that brought him Nobel Prize in the year 2000. And this is the paper here in the Nature or Alpha page that brought him Nobel Prize. Okay, now we came to the last part. So COVID, you will say, what has COVID to do with neurologists? Is people are just coughing and they feel bad. But the idea is that several patients with corona, with COVID, have brain fog and during neurological symptoms through, and several mechanisms were suggested. So for your information, SARS-CoV virus enters neurons by spike protein that binds to angiotensin converting enzyme, or that's also a receptor, and then this internalizes together with the virus, and then virus is in the business. So it can enter not just alveoli of your lung, it can enter directly neurons. Typically, people lose smell. So, organism or neurons react to such infection so that they down-regulate this AC2 receptor, and then AC2 expression is correlated with the expression of aromatic L-amino acid decarboxylase that will remove this carboxy group from tyrosine or tryptophan, and of course then you have lower levels of dopamine and serotonin, and such patients are depressed and have lack of motivation, concentration. So this is one extreme. On the other hand, SARS-CoV-2 spike protein blocks monoamine oxidase, so overenzyme that is going to decompose, and this effect increases dopamine levels. Moreover, the levels of phenylethylamine, this is endogenous amphetamine, are substantially increased, giving rise to euphoria and autooxidation. This is now exactly the same as if you would take amphetamines at a rave party. So follow-up is that some patients end with the Parkinsonism. What we did so far is we clearly demonstrated by molecular simulation that spike protein and over monoamine oxidase form very stable complexes. And all these strains that appear, you know, wild type, South African strain, name it. So this is basically the interaction-free energy. So wild type has relatively poor interaction, while the South Africa strain has stronger interaction. Okay. Now perspectives. Epigenetics seems to be an important factor. Nicotine administration lowers expression of histone deacetylase. This is this enzyme that is going to deacetylase basic amino acids of histone, and the lower rate of protein synthesis, including those for apoptosis, is present. So take-home messages: start smoking and your incidence to get neurodegeneration will be halved. So design of novel potent scavengers that pass blood-brain barriers. You guys in your country have one big advantage, that is you are eating a lot of spicy food, and curcumin in the curry is a wonderful substance. So it basically collects all these bloody radicals, and in India you guys have substantially lower incidence of neurodegeneration than in North America. It's factor of 3 and something. at the age between 70 and 80. So we have in progress experimental validation of phenylethylamine inhibition of dopamine and vesicular transporter. So this is work together with Jill Wenton at the University of Virginia, and it's now a little bit. They made no progress in the last few months. I have to push them again. And finally, we understand point mutations as a tool in clinical science. So this Brunner syndrome is the pathology when monoamine oxidase that is responsible for serotonin levels, so is getting almost inactive, and already in utero patients are faced to high levels of serotonin. Okay. Then comes last slide. On Friday, I received a desperate letter of a mother from Texas, and her son was diagnosed with Brunner, and he was on a drug that is causing that is inhibiting serotonin uptake inhibition, and the clinical picture was pretty grim. Okay. Finally, I would like to thank these fine people. I learned molecular simulation, multi-scale molecular simulation with Ari Warshel at the University of Southern California. At this point, finally, I would like to, so with Lynn, we performed the first simulation of monoamine oxidases. Micha is now in Sweden with the serotonin business. With Olya, we performed this levodopa simulation. Lucia performed simulation of complexation of AC2 with spike protein. With Nate is really practicing medicine with it, dopamine oxidation, and I'm very grateful to Gabriel Wanka and Johan Åqvist from Uppsala University for fruitful discussions about water proteolysis. So for your information, Johan Åqvist is actual president of the Nobel Prize Committee. So thank you for your attention. So my talk is over, and I would gladly answer your comments and questions.
Hello, Professor Mauri. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Can you hear me, Professor Mauri? Hello.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, Mauri, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah. Thank you very much for your excellent talk. I have one question. I would like to take permission from Honorable Chairperson Professor Dikhil
Yeah, I can hear you.
to clarify the
let's
question.
talk
Professor
slowly.
Dikhil, may I? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Novel coronavirus occupy
the brain ACE2 receptor and destroy it and causes brain fog. How long it will take to revive means that receptors, once it is destroyed due to attack of COVID-19, does it not get back automatically due to body's immunity system? When the patient will be recovering from the COVID-19, maybe it will take 1 year, 2 year, 3 year. How long it will take to get back?
Okay. I must say I didn't understand completely your question because of the echo, you know. But let's try to all right, let's go back.
Because you have shown one mathematical equation. And
Look,
is it possible to calculate mathematically so that the receptors along with the neurotransmitter, it will get back after certain time?
Look, you know, people that are getting COVID, at least certain percent of them, I would say 10-20% of them completely lose sense of smell and taste. And the idea is that those neurons are destroyed by entering virus over there. Fortunately, this olfactory neurons are restored after 3, let's say 2-3 weeks. And that's historical, you know. Evolution, there was evolution pressure, you know, that predator, if a wolf or a fox would smell something nasty, then of course these olfactory neurons would be damaged, that they grow new ones. So these are the only neurons that grow, that are renewed after some time. So if this happens with the neurons in your central nervous system, let's say on the nigrostriatal pathway, it can well be that such a patient will finish with the permanent Parkinsonism. That's it. So maybe I answered this.
Yes. And thank you very much for the nice answer. And I have studied some molecules to combat the brain fog. One of the important component is curcumin. That by in silico studies, in silico molecular docking studies, I got some affinity of curcumin towards brain fog. So does it that some intake of natural components that memory could be revived? What is your opinion, sir?
My opinion is, I mean, you guys are very lucky in your country, since, you know, in almost every dish you find some curry. So, and the curcumin is scavenging reactive oxygen species. And basically it prevents this nasty process of neurodegeneration. But and obviously during the COVID infection, you know, when neurons are dying because of this AC2, because of this COVID virus that is in the neuron, then administration of your curcumin is the most welcome. Absolutely good measure. But after that, after 2 years, you know, when this story is over, you know, when neurons in the central nervous system are dead, your curcumin will not help anymore to restore them, you know. But still, I would strongly recommend anybody to cook with curry, since then, you know, you are steadily scavenging reactive oxygen species. I think between, I have a review somewhere that at the age between 70 and 80, there is 3.6 times less Alzheimer dementia in India than in North America. This is not 3.6%, it's factor of 3.6.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Continue with your curcumin.
Thank you so much, Professor, for the talk and for answering the question to Professor Caesar. Also, just a comment for your discussion. I have heard about that Indian people are less susceptible to Alzheimer's disease because they are using so much spices and especially curcumin. Do you have a comment about this issue?
No, this is solid fact. This is epidemiological study. So, and the only mechanism I can imagine is that it's so efficient scavenger of reactive oxygen species. You know, aging is oxidative stress. And Professor Shishir knows that very well. When he was in Ljubljana, we had several times fruitful discussions, and what he's doing now is extremely important work.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much for the answer. Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Sorry that I didn't manage to come to your place.
Okay.
You please thank him.
So we can choose. I just saw we can close now. It's
You
okay.
thank to him and close it.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Do you have any question? Okay, do you have a question? Okay. Okay, thank you so much again, and we hope to meet you in the next conference live. Okay, see you. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye
I
bye.
would be delighted
Bye bye.
to.
Click, 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 click. This is okay.
Thank you, everyone. It's time to start our another session with the eminent speaker, Dr. Esimita, Cytogenetics, Molecular Biology Lab, Department of Geology, University of Kalani, Kolkata. So, she is the speaker of this session. Chairperson, Dr. J. Ramesh Babu Garu, Senior Professor, Chebrol Hanmaya Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences. And for this session, J. Jivalata Madam acted as a co-chairperson. So we would like to invite co-chairperson, Mrs. J. Divyalata, Associate Professor, Department of Pharmacology, ASN Pharmacy College, Tenali. She done at B.Pharm at Don Bosco College, M.Pharm at Acharya Nagarjuna University. She has experience of 9 years in academics. She guided 15 UG and 3 PG students. She has attended conferences of 15. She has a publications of 3 research articles, Cooper's Index. She has a lifetime membership in APTA. Hearty welcome, madam. We request you to join on the stage and introduce your chairperson. Hearty welcome, madam. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big round of applause while they are coming onto the stage.
A very good afternoon. It's my immense pleasure to introduce the chairperson, Dr. J. Ramesh Babu. Presently, he is working as senior professor at Chebrol Hanmaya Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences. He has 30 years of teaching and research experience. Sir has awarded PhD at ANU in the year of October 2012. and sir has completed Masters in the specialization of Pharmaceutical Sciences at Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR University. And sir has completed B.Pharm at Gulbarga University. He has published 64 research and review articles. His area of research is design of certain oral controlled release formulations. Sir has guided 3 PhD and 38 M.Pharm and 33 UC level students so far. Sir has professional services in executive member, APTI AP chapter, and general secretary APTI AP chapter, and treasury ABAP, life member at APTI, life member in IPA. Sir has delivered more than 20 guest lectures and attended more than 25 conferences. Sir has received Best Research Paper Award in Pharmaceutical Technology at National Seminar held at Babatla College of Pharmacy in the year 2009. Sir has published 4 textbooks, including Revised Physical Pharmaceutics and Physical Pharmaceutics 2, 1 and 2. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon all. I hope this is the tough time for me to manage you all in the hall after lunch, a great lunch. Thank you, madam, first of all introducing me, and this is my right time to introduce a speaker and privilege for me, Dr. Asmita Samadar. She is working as assistant professor, Department of Zoology, University of Kalyani, India, and she worked in an international projects from Lyon, France during her PhD tenure, and later completed her research training at School of Life Sciences, JNU, New Delhi, as DST postdoctoral fellowship in nanoscience and nanotechnology. She has over 95 original research publications in international peer-reviewed journals of very reputed ones. Dr. Samadar served as an assistant professor and head in Department of Zoology, Dum Dum Moti G. Hill College, Calcutta, during 2015 and 18. She works in the area of nanotechnology and nanomedicine more than 17 years. It is a very huge experience in that. Her research interest includes nanoformulations of several drugs to combat diabetes and its associated complications like Alzheimer's disease, diabetics, kidney disease, and so on, along with other toxicological, pathological, exploring well-defined cytogenetics and molecular biology outreach. She received a major research grants from SERB, UGC, Government of India, DST PUS, and RUSA grants. She is winner of Young Scientist Award for her outstanding research paper presented in Sydney, Australia in October 2012, and G. Ma Award at Stockholm, Sweden in 2013. She was invited as resource person at the International Integrity Medicine Expo in Janghyung, South Korea in 2016. She is editorial board member of several international journals like Scientific Reports, published by Nature Group, Journal of Cellular and Molecular Biology Science, published by Omega, International Journal of Experimental Research and Reviews. This is International Academic Publication House, Nano and Medical Materials, Academic Publication Private Limited, EC Pharmacology and Toxicology, and so on. And I have reviewed several articles in journals of very reputed one. Madam, I am requesting you, please come and deliver your talk.
Hello? Hello? Am I audible till the last bench? Okay. So, a very good afternoon. This is a privilege for me, an honor for me to be here. I thank all the organizers who have invited me for addressing a glimpse of our work that we undertake in our laboratory. I am thankful to all the committee members and all the dignitaries who have been present here, especially to Dr. Muhammad Dikil sir. And as I told earlier, I'm a big fan of his research outreach and all the eminent persons who have come here. Okay, so I am from a very small place which is known as Kalyani, and it's in West Bengal, Kolkata. So before going deep into my topic, which is strategic formulation and evaluation of nanophytocompound for therapeutic management of diabetes. So before going deep into the topic, the last bench, the boy, please stand up. I want to know your name. With the hat, please stand up. I just want to know your name, that's all. The one I can see, stand up, no. Any? Okay, so what's your name? Okay, Praveen. So Praveen belongs to south part of India, I suppose. I have come from east part of India. My collaborator has come from one from Maharashtra, one from Uttarakhand. Professor Nandi from Uttarakhand, Professor Amit Rai from Maharashtra, and Dr. Dikil has come from Egypt. Why am I concerned with all these things? To the world, when it is seen outside Earth, can you identify or can anybody identify me or ABCD, any of you as a person? No. Nobody can see you with your naked eyes. So is the nanoparticles. So before going deep into my topic, nanoparticles are particles that cannot be seen with open eyes. These needs sophisticated instrument that has to verify whatever particles we are trying to composite in our laboratory are either in nano range or not. So our laboratory, what they do is that they formulate nanoparticle and they I should rather say they formulate particles and seek whether they are in nano range. Then we go for exploration in disease model. So let me begin my topic with strategic formulation and evaluation of the nanophytocompounds for therapeutic management of diabetes, and the disease that I have selected is diabetes. So the background of the study definitely is of very concern because India was the diabetic capital of the world, but now we are in the second place with 101 millions of people who have been diagnosed with diabetes. And to be very precise, 136 million of people have been in pre-diabetic condition. So if you go and test for HbA1c or blood sugar level, you will find yourself in pre-diabetic range, above 35 and up. And even in school students, college students, there has a probability of getting a pre-diabetic condition. So with this adjuncture, we try to find out or select the phytocompounds which has the possibility of ameliorating this disease. But on the other hand, these phytocompounds have their own constraint with the problem of their slow onset of action, improper dosage, and some of them lack scientific validation. That is why, with the advent of modern nanosciences, we have searched for improved drug discovery, and thus we have selected the strategic formulation of the nanoparticles. We have selected compounds which have structural similarity with the anti-diabetic drugs that are available in the market. The compounds are selected based on their therapeutic effects, like easy available, cost-effective, potent, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, and anti-genotoxic role. These are some research from medical regimen which says that there are researches regarding alternative medicines. But with the modern nanoscience approach, there are few research and some are from our own lab, right from Samatha et al. 2011 onwards. We tried formulating nanoparticle and assessing their anti-diabetic properties. So how did we select some of the phytocompound? We did a little bit of research on drug repurposing, and we saw that it has the capacity to bind with the DNA, like curcumin has the capacity to bind with the DNA to foster antipesticidal activity. So with this objective, we propose first to screen the bioactive phytocompounds by in silico molecular docking study, which is done at Jaipur by Professor Shishin Nondi. Thereafter, selecting the target, what we do is that we formulate the nanoparticles. Then we characterize them. Then we understand the signaling factors that they modulate in vivo and in vitro system. So these are the methodologies that are being used. This is how we formulate the nanoparticle. We use biodegradable polymer, polylactide co-glycolide, which is approved by FDA. This is biodegradable and non-toxic in nature. We perform the experiment in vitro cell line and mice model. These parameters on the left side, characterization of the nanoparticles, and the ones on the right are the parameters which have been studied as markers for anti-diabetic activity. Now, this is a very interesting thing. This is AFM study showing the size of the nanoparticle. Look, if the size of the nanoparticle ranges from 1 nanometer to 100 or 150 nanometer, they are considered as good particles which can be fostered for experimental usage. So this is one image. Now another thing is important is the charge of the nanoparticles. If the charge of the nanoparticle is negative, then it is said that it can be very good, be well internalized inside the body. That means it will go deep inside the body, it will cross the cellular membrane. This is the 2D and 3D image of another nanoparticle, the curcumin nanoparticle that was used. Similarly, the same image is there. This is FTI study showing that yes, the peak of curcumin are present in the nanoparticle as well. Now, very interesting study is that whether the drug that has been means that we are giving into the mice model, whether it is getting absorbed by the body or not. This is the liver of control mice, liver of curcumin fed mice. Now this is the liver of nano-curcumin fed mice. We are finding the metabolites here. That means the nano-curcumin has given the curcumin, means the curcumin has gone inside the liver with its metabolite. This is the pancreas of control mice, curcumin fed mice, nanocarcumin fed mice. And we found that curcumin sulfate, that is metabolite of nanocarcumin, is found in the pancreas. XRD data also shows that the nanoparticle has curcumin in its core. This study shows that curcumin has the capacity to bind with the DNA. But interestingly, nanocarcumin also has the, this is the image of piperine, another phytocompound that has been used, and this is curcumin. So these two phytocompounds has the possibility to bind with the DNA. But interestingly, alike, nanopiperine, the peak of nanopiperine is not that much higher than that of curcumin. That means nanocarcumin has better potential of binding with the DNA than that of the non-nanocarcumin. That is the beauty of nanoparticle formulation and application. Now this is the image of, tame image of brain, and this is the image of brain of mice fed with FITC tag nanoparticle. We find that the yellow dots showing the nanoparticle inside the nucleus, and here also this is the control and this is the nanoparticle fed mice, and here these are agglomerated particle of the nanoparticles. That means nanocarcumin has the potential of crossing the blood-brain barrier. We also see the bioavailability of the nanocarcumin at different time gap and in different tissues. The release of the nano drug, that is curcumin component, from its PLGA core. Now very interesting thing, the more curcumin gets inside the PLGA, the more efficiency of encapsulating the drug inside the PLGA will decrease. So is the figure showing. Then we went for checking the diabetic markers. And we saw that nanocarcumin has the efficacy to alter alloxan, the food additive induced diabetic complications like blood glucose level, insulin level, glycosylated hemoglobin, and so on. We also saw that in cell line model also, nanocarcumin could penetrate into the cell, especially in the nucleus. This is the figure of another phytocompound called limonene. Limonene has the capacity to prevent the morphological disorientation that was caused by alloxan. But the nano ones prevented more the disorientation caused by the alloxan. These are the images of mitochondrial membrane potential, and we can see that there is modulation with the nanoparticles. So as with the proteins, that is cytochrome C, with the mitoDAGR. Now this is very interesting. This is a genotoxicity assessment. The chromosomal aberrations, we can see that there is the piperine is another phytocompound that we studied, and we saw that nanopiperine has the capacity to lower the genotoxic effect. We also performed the comet assay, the DNA fragmentation assay, frequency of comet tail. Histological perspective of curcumin was also shown, like in the in the kidney architecture, and we found that there was loss of glomerulus was found in alloxan, that means diabetic mice, which was retained back near to normal in the nano form. Similar observations were observed for ROS, that is reactive oxygen species generation. Mitochondrial membrane potential. Now, this is a beautiful image showing confocal microscopic image where we can see that P53, which is a DNA repair protein, the curcumin and piperine both have the capacity to overexpress this protein, so that After pre-treatment, when there is a surge in diabetic onset and progression, the surge of diabetic activity is lowered or prevented. So that was the beauty of the work, that people who are in the pre-diabetic stage and are prone towards diabetic transformation, if this pre-treatment, that means if these drugs are taken as a precautionous drug, then the surge or the onset of this transformation will be delayed. So that is the baseline of our work. And finally, we did hardcore molecular biology work with PCR and Western blotting to show the aberrations and modulation with the nanoparticles. So coming to the conclusion, we can say that nanoforms have better biodegradability, drug penetration, bioavailability, thereby better efficacy than unencapsulated form. And the proteins that are being targeted by in silico studied, if they corroborate with the in vivo and in vitro experiment, and then can go for clinical trial, then it would bring a better life for the pre-diabetic patients who are in the verge of getting transformed into diabetic condition, can be delayed, and the onset of their progression can be delayed, and they could have a better life. So a glimpse of video from my laboratory. This is the in silico work which was done in collaboration with Professor Nandi. She is with some administration of some in vitro work. This is the direct microscopic evidence from the brain tissue. We did the DNA fragmentation assay, and this is the wet lab DNA fragmentation assay. A part of the video was made. Whatever we do, we have to do a wet lab thing, that is we have to extract either the DNA, the protein or the RNA, and whatever, we do it in the wet lab. The work with the nanopiperidine was published in scientific reports under NPG group, that is Nature Publishing Group. And of recently, this just came online today morning. We published in with a nanocurcumin, which could cross the blood-brain barrier and have effectivity against food additive-induced genotoxicity and diabetic complication in colloids and surfaces. So before ending, I would like to acknowledge the funding agencies without whom we cannot work. They give us research grant like SERB and UGC, our university as well, DST and the Rusha Fund, and JIPAR as well, who has given us the support for the in silico work. I'm nothing except my researchers and my dada. And I'm blessed to work under my professor, Professor Anishur Rahman Khudabaksh. He has been at the top 2% scientist for the last consecutive 6 years. And whatever I am today, I am from him and God's blessing. Thank you very much. And again, I thank all of you for the patience. So any question from you?
Any questions from the audience? Feel free to throw queries. Hope you enjoyed the session. Once again, one more chance.
Somebody has
Last
a
guy,
question.
do you have any? He's raising a hand. Thank you very much, madam, for your good narration.
Good afternoon, madam. I have one doubt. There are some nanoparticles, for example, lipid-based nanoparticles, which we are looking for to develop in our lab. Few of we have developed, but we saw that the productivity, the outcome of the nanoparticles are very less. So in that circumstances, what are the things that can be possible to manage in our lab so that without wasting the chemicals and that with the help of some certain limited sources, the outcome or the thing can be more increased?
First and foremost, the reagents for SNLP, I think the lipid-based nanoparticles, the first and foremost, the reagents that we use, did you use a stabilizer? You use a stabilizer and see once, because we use a stabilizer. Priorly, we do the protocol of Facey et al. 1989. But priorly, we did not use stabilizer. Now, we follow his protocol, and we have seen that the encapsulation efficiency, the cost effectivity has lowered, and encapsulation efficiency has heightened. We use pluronic stabilizer F68. There are other stabilizers also that can be used. And also you can use PVA or PEG in addition, like PVA SNLP is also there. So you can use that also in that case. Means stabilizer, if your particle after formation is stable for a long period of time, that automatically can reduce first the cost and the reagents. And PVA is also there. Some of them use polyvinyl alcohol and polyethyl glycol. They also use that also. So you can check with that also, so that the amount of particle that has been formed is within the cost that is bearable for all of us. That you can see.
Well, excuse me. One more query, madam, from my side.
Yes.
Is it possible for synthetic ones?
Can't get.
Is it possible to do with synthetic materials?
Definitely.
So,
Definitely. In fact, in my research thesis, you can find it in the Google. You type my name, you'll get it. I did it with insulin.
Okay.
So my work is with insulin and against arsenic-induced diabetes, and it is there in my professor's Wikipedia page. That nano-insulin is there in my professor's Wikipedia page as well. It was covered by Nature Asia. So it is done with synthetic drug as well. Even we do it with metformin as a positive control also. Metformin is an anti-diabetic drug, so we do it with metformin as a positive control to see how better our drug is working.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
One more is, you are mentioning about the morphological changes. So how it could affect the release?
Insulin release.
Yes.
No, definitely, first and foremost, there is the association of ROS, that is reactive oxygen species generation. And ROS induce beta cell damage and beta cell morphological changes. Immunological perspectives are involved. I have just shown a glimpse, like NF-kappa, beta, TNF alpha, IFN gamma, these cytokines are there. They induce cyclical generation of ROS. And the cyclical generation of ROS ultimately increase the percentage of cytotoxicity and the morphological cell. That means, like there will be number of beta cell count are decreased, the infiltration has increased. These are all there. This happens during diabetic condition. But on pre-treatment, we are seeing that after feeding a mice, phase of 7 days or 15 days of carcimine, nanocarcimine, piperine, nanopiperine, limonene, whatever the thing is, there has been a cut down in the morphological damage induced by diabetes.
One more is, anybody can produce, anybody can design any formulation, but stability point of view, is it stable as per your observations?
It is, first the checkpoints are for nanoparticle. First is either they are nano, second is cellular cytotoxicity, third is stability. So unless it is stable, I have shown, you can go back to the slide. I'll just show you that release one. Suppose we are taking a drug. What happens? It goes through the mouth, then the stomach. It comes to the stomach, there are acids, and the targeted delivery of the drug first is not being produced. Our PLGA is what it is doing is that it is giving it a time for sustainable release. So we check first the sustainable release, and we do check the stability of the drug, whether they are stable at room temperature, at pH 7, at 37 degrees centigrade, and after even 1 month and 12 months as well. And for that reason only, these are the results after feeding. And we are finding this stability. If the nano product were not stable, then this is the absorbance peak. Sorry. The LCMS data, okay. So for the curcumin, these are the absorbance peak, okay. If the nanoparticle was not stable, the similar absorbance peak would have not been found, because this is the homogenized tissue of liver. Homogenized tissue of liver. This is LCMS data. It is direct data from machine. Means, you know LCMS, liquid mass chromatography. So it is a homogenized liver. That means the drug was stable, and that is why it underwent normal metabolites were found after being ingested after being converted in the liver, and we found their metabolites in liver, in pancreas, and so on and so forth. So we have to check the stability. These are the prerequisites for checking the stability.
Thank you.
Madam, so can you formulate the combination of turmeric, synthetic, and metal nanoparticles? Is it possible?
First and foremost, after there are paper. I'm saying I have gone through that paper, like gold nanoparticle from any phyto compound they have used, and they have encapsulated that gold nanoparticle. Gold nanoparticle means metallic nanoparticle, because gold is a metal. So they have formulated PAG encapsulated gold nanoparticle as well. And this is a very good approach, although I have not done myself, but I have seen paper. It can be done. This is a very good approach, because in general it is seen that metallic nanoparticles are toxic due to bioaccumulation. And if we can reduce by this way the bioaccumulation related toxicity, then definitely this would be a wonderful thing. And definitely we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. Sir has raised a very nice question, Professor Reddy. I would like to add one comment. Actually, this metallic nanoparticle, the affinity can be predicted by in silico structure-based drug design.
Yes.
Yeah. And first, this type of nanoparticle success arised based on in silico affinity prediction. If it is having affinity towards the target site, means success for formulation more. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, sir. Because, you know, it produces the electrostatic interactions. Yes.
There is only that little issue of toxicity, nothing else. Any other question?
Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Dr. Asmita ma'am, for your knowledgeable session. It's time to honor our eminent speaker, Dr. Asmita, In this regard, I would like to invite chairperson of this session, Dr. J. Ramesh Babu sir onto the dais, and co-chairperson, Mrs. J. Divyalata ma'am onto the dais, and Reverend Sister G. Nirmal Jyoti garu onto the stage, please. Professor Dikil sir and Principal Pamul Reddy sir, Organizing Secretary Roy sir, Dr. Sisi sir onto the dais.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful session, for your wonderful presentation and insights, and sharing us with your research experiences.
It's time to felicitate our chairperson also, Dr. J. Ramesh Babu sir. Thank you, sir, for coming to this international symposium, acted as a chairperson. Time to honor co-chairperson also, Mrs. Divyalata madam. Thank you all the dignitaries. Thank you.
Thank you, respected dignitaries, for your time and support you've extended. Dear delegates and participants, we have one more session lined up today. After that, we'll be having a tea break, and we'll be ending the day with culturals. So I hope you'll be enthusiastic at least for culturals, so that be ready for one more potential speakers session today. We'll be having just one more. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the exciting technical session. Let me begin by introducing the esteemed personalities who will be leading us with this session. So on this day, on this hand, we have the speaker of today's session, Dr. Amit Roy, INSA Young Scientist, Department of Biotechnology, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Pune, India. Sir is here with us for giving us and leading us into his session. And this session will be today presided by the chairperson, Dr. A. Lakshman Rao, sir. I request Lakshman Rao, sir, to please honor the chair. I also request the co-chairperson, Dr. Prashanti Evangeline. Hearty welcome, ma'am. So to start with the session, let me take the opportunity to introduce our co-chairperson to all of you. We are having Dr. Prashanti Evangeline with us here, Vice Principal and IQAC Head, Southern Institute of Medical Sciences, College of Pharmacy, Guntur. She has completed her B Pharmacy in 2010 from Don Bosco College. In 2013, she completed her M Pharmacy from Hindu College of Pharmacy. She completed her PhD from Annamalai University. In the beginning, she worked as diploma faculty in Hindu College of Pharmacy. Later, she worked as assistant professor in A.M. Reddy College of Pharmacy. And currently, she is working in Southern Institute of Medical Sciences as professor since 2015. She has publications up to 50 in various national and international journals. She has 11 published patents and grants together. She has received a Best Teacher Award from Hindu College of Pharmacy and hosted as speaker for various FDPs and seminars. She has acted as co-convener for various national and international seminars. She has guided many B Pharmacy and M Pharmacy students, total together up to 70. And she is acting as an active placement officer at SIMS, and she is an active reviewer of various journals. Ma'am, we are pleased to have you here. Now I request you to come on to the dais to introduce our chairperson of the day. Please give a big round of applause for all the dignitaries when we invite them. That's the gesture of respect we give for them. Ma'am, hearty welcome to you.
I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I was much privileged to introduce today's our chairperson, Professor A. Lakshman Rao sir. Sir, a principal for VV Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences. Sir has awarded PhD in 2008 from Acharya Nagarjuna University, and sir also have additional qualifications in diploma. Sir has total 25 years of teaching experience, and sir has guided 13 PhD students and also M-Pharmacy 83 students. Sir has published 422 research papers in reputed journals with H index value of 21. Sir has received many grants, and sir was also invited as a guest lecturer, and sir has published books and book chapters, and sir has many patents, and sir has many accomplishments, and sir has attended many seminars and organized many national conferences, and sir was even editor for reputed journals, and sir has also acted as editorial board members and reviewers for 136 peer-reviewed international and national journals, and sir was also having a permanent lifetime membership in professional societies like Indian Pharmaceutical Association and many associations. Thank you, sir. It was my privilege to read out your biodata, and I also thank Pamul Reddy sir and Sri Lakshmi ma'am, and who has given me this opportunity. Thank you.
A very good evening to one and all. First of all, let me thank Prashanti madam for the nice introduction about my brief biodata. Now, it's my privilege to introduce today's resource person, Dr. Amit Rai. He is working as a assistant professor and INSA young scientist, Department of Biotechnology, Savitribai Phule University, Gunesh Khind, Pune, Maharashtra, India. And Dr. Amit Rai did his PhD from Jadavpur University, Kolkata in the year 2009, and did his MSc in psychology from University of Burdwan, West Bengal, and he is having a professional experience as UGC assistant professor from 2007 to till date, and previously he worked at National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Hajipur, Naipur for the period from 2013 to 17. And he is also having the experience as a PD of postdoctoral fellow from 2010 to 2012 at Department of Molecular Biology and Genetics, RS University, RS, Denmark. And his area of specialization is molecular parasitology, molecular biology, molecular nanotechnology, and biochemistry, enzymology, pharmacology, physiology, cancer stem cells. His current area of research is molecular parasitology, drug development therapeutics, and DNA topoisomerase 1 cancer stem cells and chemoresistance. He received many awards and honors from various bodies, and major things include elected as a member of Executive Committee of Physiological Society of India and elected member of Sectional Committee of the Section of Medical Sciences, and received Dr. Siddhartha Debnath Memorial Oration by Physiological Society of India, and received INSA Young Scientist Award by Indian National Science Academy, Government of India, and also received Professor LSS Kumar Memorial Award by INSA Government of India, a grant of Carlsberg Foundation received for his postdoctoral research. He also received postdoctoral fellowship from Danish Cancer Society, Danish, and he also received certificate of appreciation from Society of Biological Chemistry. He received a Best Poster Award in the US-India Joint Training Program Workshop, and also received Best Presentation Award in West Bengal State Science and Technology Congress, and also received CSIR SRF in Life Sciences from 2008 to 2010. He also received Certificate of Excellent Performance on 2007 by the Science Association, Bengal, Kolkata. And he published many research articles from various reputed international journals. Totally, he published 37 articles. He wrote 6 book chapters. He received grants from various organizations. One is Carlsberg Foundation, Denmark, for a period of 2 years with 1.10 crore, and from INSA, 3 years period with 15 lakh, and UGC Government of India, 2 years period with 6 lakh, and ICMR Extramural Ad Hoc Government of India, 3 years with 53 lakh. And he is having a memberships in various professional bodies, life member in Society of Biological Chemists, life member at Indian Science Congress Association, life member at Physiological Society of India, and also life member at Indian Society for Parasitology. And he delivered various invited talks and guest lectures in various platforms. And totally he given 22 lectures in various associations, and totally he gave INSA popular lectures of number 6. He acted as a chairperson and all in scientific committee in various national as well as international conferences. And he gave talks of totally more than 40 in various national as well as international conferences. He visited several countries as a part of his research interest. Countries like Switzerland, Denmark, and Germany he attended. And he attended totally 9 workshops will organized and 40 conferences were attended. He is a reviewer for various peer-reviewed international journals. And he is also editorial board member for several scientific journals. He is acting as an associate editor in Indian Journal of Physiology and Allied Sciences. And also, he is a coordinator and member of various departmental committees in his tenure of the service. And we welcome Dr. Amit Rai to share his presentation. Please welcome, sir. And I thank the management and principal, Dr. Pamela Reddy Garu of Nirmala College of Pharmacy, for giving this opportunity to us. Thank you.
Very good afternoon. This is the last speaker. First of all, I should give a lot of thanks to invite me from the organizing committee, Professor Reddy, convener of this international conference, Dr. Roy, organizing secretary and advisory committee member Dr. Professor Sisir Nondi, very good friend. And thank you again for giving me the chance to present piece of my work over here. And first time I am visiting this place, and this place is very nice and very the touch of my heart is the hospitality and the food. So that is very nice, and thank you for all. So today the topic of my presentation is an insight into the mechanism of hesperidin induced LD topo mediated LD is the Leishmania donovani topoisomerase mediated program cell death in unicellular protozoan parasite Leishmania donovani. First, let's see about the So let's see about the leishmaniosis. It is the cluster of disease caused by the protozoan parasite that is belonging to the genus Leishmania, and it is transmitted by certain sandfly vector. And this is the second largest parasitic disease after malaria. And there are 4 different types of the leishmaniasis. There is the cutaneous leishmaniasis, mucocutaneous leishmaniasis, visceral leishmaniasis, and post-Kalajar dermal leishmaniasis. Among them, the cutaneous leishmaniasis is the most common form of the leishmaniasis. But in India and subcontinent, the visceral leishmaniasis is very pronounced, and it is very dangerous because among all those leishmaniasis, this visceral leishmaniasis is very fatal because it is the parasite migrated in the liver, spleen, and the bone marrow of the human body. So the okay. So visceral leishmaniasis is the most life-threatening disease, which becomes very fatal if it is not treated properly. And visceral leishmaniasis is caused by the main culprit of this disease is the unicellular chyntoplastid protozoan parasite, that is the Leishmania donovani. And according to the WHO, the 700,000 to the 1 million new cases in every year this appearing. And according to the WHO, more than 95% visceral cases majorly occur in the 10 countries, including the India. And South Asian reports that 80% of the global leishmaniasis that is covered, including the some eastern states of the India, that is the Jharkhand, Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, and but those are the particular area that is very severe condition of this disease. Sometimes it's not working. Okay. So therapeutics availability of this disease nowadays is the treatment, that is the amphotericin B, miltefosine, paromomycin, and pentavalent antimonials. Pentavalent antimonials is nowadays is the stop for treatment. And all those drugs which are available for the treatment, those those drugs are available for the treatment. Those are the shortcoming in terms of the safety, stability, cost-effective, resistance, and therefore the new drug that required every time to find out the newer drug targets. So let's see about the main culprit. That main culprit of this disease is the two phase of the main culprit of the disease, that is the promastigote phase and the amastigote phase. You can see the promastigote phase is the motile phase, and this is carrying by the sandfly vector. Amastigote phase is the basically infected in the liver and spleen macrophage cells, and that is very dangerous because the liver and spleen will stop functioning in this disease. If we see the model structure of the two phases of this parasite, there is the promastigote phase having the flagella and then the giant mitochondrion. So this is the single mitochondrion, and that single mitochondrion having the kDNA. So that kDNA is only present in this kind of parasite. So we can easily identify it or recognize the disease having the kDNA in the liver or spleen.
So this is the life cycle of this disease is the two phases. One is the sandfly vector, another is the human macrophage cell. So sandfly vector having the procyclic or metacyclic pomastigote phase, and then it is infected by after biting the sandfly vector, and it is go inside the macrophage cell, and then it is converted to the amastigote phase. This is the round shape phase. It is not been motile, and then amastigote is again the grow up inside the macrophage cell, and it is then converted to the again the pomastigote. So that is the life cycle of the pomastigote and amastigote phases. So now the challenges with the therapeutics that there is still now there is very difficult to diagnose the disease, and the treatment is still unsatisfactory, and currently there is no effective vaccine that is routinely used. So chemotherapy or drug development is the only choice. But all the available drugs are very toxic and have the very serious side effect. So that's why the or on the country that the drug resistance is also another challenge, and that's why the newer drug development is very important. So there is an urgent need to the molecular target to find out the new molecular target, so that we can find out the newer newer different type of the molecules for targeting this visceral leishmaniasis. So one of the target, the drug target, that is the DNA topoisomerase 1. So I am working the DNA topoisomerase almost 20 years with this enzyme. So DNA topoisomerase has the emerge of the principal therapeutic targets, and with the group of targeted agent as an antiparasitic drug development. So there's a lot of report that we can target the topoisomerase, the Leishmania topoisomerase, to develop the anti-Leishmanial drug development against this topoisomerase. So let's see about the basic molecular biology for the student. It is the very basic molecular biology that if you know that the diploid cell having the 46 number of the chromosome in each number of the cell. So if we consider the single number of the cell, we will have the 46 number of the chromosome. And if we destroy the chromosome, if we break down the chromosome, then we will get the histone protein and the DNA. And suppose if you link the DNA, if you join the all DNA of the single cell, if you join the all DNA of the single cell, then your DNA will be very bigger, and your DNA will be bigger than your height. So in the single cell, the total amount of the DNA having in your single cell, that your the length of the single cell, that would be the longer than your height. It means in the single cell having the DNA, that would be almost the 2 meters, that having the 46 number of the chromosome. And if you consider the whole the DNA length of the whole body, that would be the 2 times of the diameter of the solar system. So it does mean that the DNA is basically okay. So it does mean that DNA is basically supercoiled. And if you consider the DNA is how bigger, the DNA is the 46 number of the DNA in the chromosome, that is the bigger than your height. And that DNA is present in the chromosome present in the nucleus present in inside the cell, and cell is the invisible. So in the invisible cell, having the DNA of the length of the 2 meters or the 6 feet. So that length of the DNA is basically supercoiled, and that supercoiled DNA is present in the cell, which is the basically invisible. But when the cell will be divided, because you know that after fertilization only the single cell was there, and that single cell was developed the fetus, and then the complete person is developed. So the cell division is very important. So during cell division, that supercoiled DNA, which is present in the chromosome, which is present in the nucleus, that supercoiled DNA should be relaxed form. So without the supercoiled DNA, it gets the relaxed form, the DNA will never go for the replication process. If the DNA never go for the replication process, DNA will never go, the cell will never divide. Because before cell division, DNA should be divided, or chromosome should be divided, and it should be the double. So that is the basic knowledge of the molecular biology. So there is the enzyme. That enzyme is basically okay. So there is the enzyme, that enzyme is the topoisomerase, is the only enzyme that relax the supercoiled DNA before replication process. So without the topoisomerase, replication process is not possible. So if the replication process can stop by inhibition the topoisomerase, then you can easily control the cell growth of any microorganism if you can target that particular microorganism and target the topoisomerase of that particular microorganism. So here is the same, the topoisomerase is the Leishmania topoisomerase. I am trying to target the Leishmania topoisomerase to control the cell growth, to control the division of the cell. Okay. So let's see about the topoisomerase, what is the actual function of the topoisomerase, how it's work. So it is a basically cell magician. So because I already mentioned that the topoisomerase is basically relax the supercoiled DNA until and unless it is get relaxed, it is not possible to go for the cell division. So topoisomerase is the essential and ubiquitous enzyme that alter the topological changes, alter the linking number of the DNA, and it is a ubiquitous enzyme that is the vital cellular process like the DNA replication, transcription, recombination. You can understand what is the importance of the DNA replication, transcription. Without DNA replication, transcription, cell will not possible to survive, cell will not possible to growth. So we can also control this process. And then topoisomerase also induce the transient single-strand break of the double-stranded DNA. So if it is the double-stranded DNA, then topoisomerase can break the single strand of the double-stranded DNA and stand rotate and then make the replication bubble. So that function is also important. So there are the two types of the topoisomerase 1. One is the prokaryotic topoisomerase 1 and another is the eukaryotic topoisomerase 1. Prokaryotic topoisomerase 1 is the type 1A. Type 1A is basically link the 5' phosphate. So when you will cut the DNA, then you will get the 5' and 3' phosphate. So there is the 5' phosphate will bind the topoisomerase. If the 5' phosphate bind, then is the type 1A topoisomerase. If the 3' phosphate is bind, then is the type 1B topoisomerase. Okay, so this Leishmania topoisomerase is basically type 1B topoisomerase because Leishmania topoisomerase bind the DNA 3' phosphate of the DNA. Okay, so let's see about the Leishmania topoisomerase, why it is the unusual topoisomerase, because although Leishmania topoisomerase is the eukaryotic topoisomerase, but it is the very lower eukaryote, and if I consider the human topoisomerase and the Leishmania topoisomerase, there's the structurally there is the different. If I consider the human topoisomerase is the monomeric enzyme having the N-terminal domain, code domain and the C-terminal domain. But on the contrary, the Leishmania topoisomerase, there are the two different subunits, the large subunit and the small subunit. And both subunits are coming from the both different type of the chromosome of the parasite. So most eukaryotic type 1B enzyme, there are monomeric enzyme, including the human topoisomerase that having the 765 amino acids. But interestingly, the Leishmania topoisomerase is the bisubunit topoisomerase having the large subunit and the small subunit. And both subunits are coming from the both different number of the chromosome. So those genes are coming from the different number of the chromosome. So how we can test the activity? Activity test is very easy to understand. The activity test is just very simple. Take the supercoiled DNA, add the enzyme, and then run in the agarose gel after reaction. Though you can get this type of the reaction. If you are getting this type of the topoisomer form, it does mean the enzyme is working. So how enzyme is work? Enzyme is work in the 3 steps. One step, if it is a double-stranded DNA, topoisomerase will come and nick the single strand of the double-stranded DNA and then stand rotate of the both strand and then make the replication bubble and then religate again. So it is the stand rotation and there is the religation. And after the religation, that is the different type of the topoisomer form. So that topoisomer form, you can get this different type of the topoisomer form. So if you add the supercoiled DNA, because topoisomerase is the substrate of the topoisomerase is the supercoiled DNA. So if you add the supercoiled DNA, you get the different type of the relaxed formation or different type of the topoisomer form. So if the topoisomer form, it does mean the enzyme is active. So let's see about the classification. So if we divided the all topoisomerase inhibitors, those inhibitors are classified into the 2 types, class 1 inhibitors. Class 1 inhibitor the trap the topo and DNA cleavable complex formation. So if you consider the DNA and topoisomerase is the DNA binding protein, it bind to the DNA. So once the topo and DNA bind, and if you add the inhibitor, that inhibitor trap the topo DNA cleavable complex formation, and enzyme will never release from the topoisomerase. Once the enzyme will trap the topoisomerase, then the DNA will be poisoned. So that's why this is called the topo poison, because topoisomerase poison the DNA, and that's called the topo poison. Or class 1 inhibitor, camptothecin, and there is the derivative of the camptothecin. Those are the class 1 inhibitor. Those are the lot of the anti-cancer drugs are basically anti-topoisomerase inhibitor. Class 2 inhibitor is the catalytic inhibitor, directly inhibit the enzyme. So it is the catalytic inhibitor because they interfere the catalytic function of the enzyme without trapping the topo DNA complex. So inhibitor will never allow that enzyme to bind the substrate. So inhibitor directly bind to the enzyme, and the enzyme will never get the access to bind the DNA. So this type of inhibitor is the class 2 inhibitor. So those are the example of the class 2 inhibitors. So if I make it very simple diagram of this inhibitor, there is a class 1 inhibitor. Class 1 inhibitor is basically allow the enzyme. So first the enzyme bind to the topoisomerase. So make the DNA topoisomerase complex. And once the DNA topoisomerase complex, if you add the inhibitor, topo inhibitor trap that topo DNA complex. So that topo DNA complex will never release. So that type of inhibitor is called the topo poison. And another inhibitor is that the inhibitor directly bind with the enzyme, and that enzyme will never get the access with the bind with the DNA. So that inhibitor is called the class 1 inhibitor, class 2 inhibitors. So those are the two different mechanism of the inhibitors. Okay, so now I'm coming about the one piece of the work that is recently published that I would like to present here. That is hesperidine is the natural compound. So this is coming from the different type of the citrus cultivation, like the orange, lemon. So this is the very organic source of the compound. And there is already reported that the antioxidant, anti-cancer, anti-proliferative, and anti-inflammatory activities, and even also anti-viral activities also there. So first time, So first time I tested that this inhibitor, this hesperidine is working in the lisbonate topoisomerase. If it is working in the lisbonate topoisomerase, then we can use this molecule as the anti-lisbonal activity or anti-lisbonal agent. So we have used as the two different type of the assay. There is the simultaneous assay and pre-incubation assay. You can see there is the relaxed form. So this relaxed form means that the enzyme is active. When the camptothecin is the positive control, camptothecin expected to inhibit the topoisomerase, so that is the positive control, the enzyme is inhibited, and then I increase the concentration of this hesperidine, and then I have seen that 160 micromolar it is a partial inhibition, and the 320 it is a complete inhibition in the simultaneous condition. When the pre-incubation condition, that the difference of the simultaneous and pre-incubation, in simultaneous I added the DNA, enzyme and substrate at a time, so that is the simultaneous condition. Pre-incubation, I could understand the enzyme only bind with the inhibitor, or enzyme substrate complex will bind the inhibitor. So for that test, I use that the pre-incubation assay, pre-incubation for the enzyme allowed to bind the substrate, and enzyme bind to the inhibitor, and then allow to add the DNA. And then I could see that there is a very stronger inhibition at the 160 micromolar of the concentration. That's the complete inhibition. If I compare the simultaneous relaxation assay, it does mean that the enzyme is basically directly inhibited by the inhibitor. So that's why that may be the class 1 inhibitor, that may not the class 2 inhibitor. So if it is the class 1 inhibitor, it is not the class 1 inhibitor, then definitely the topo DNA cleavable complex trap will not form. So that's why I just go through this to confirm the class 1 or class 2 inhibitor by the plasmid cleavage assay. So in this plasmid cleavage assay, lane number 3, there is a cleavage. So by the camptothecin, camptothecin is the positive class 1 inhibitor. So it is the trap the cleavable complex formation. But when I added the hesperidine in the lane 4, 5 and 6, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So there is no the formation of the Clevel complex. It does mean that the Clevel complex is not formed by this inhibitor. It does mean that it is not the class 1 inhibitor. It is the class 2 inhibitor. Not only the class 2 inhibitor, it is also inhibited to form the topo enzyme Clevel complex formation, because there is no topo inhibitor Clevel complex formation. So here is the same, that there different condition that I also use that to find out that the camptothecin induced the Clevel complex formation is recovered or is inhibited by this inhibitor or not. So and then there is the another the in vivo Clevel complex formation. I also measure the in vivo Clevel complex formation, and that in vivo Clevel complex formation also showing that this histidine also inhibit the Clevel complex formation, or histidine directly inhibit the enzyme, not the enzyme substrate complex. So the conclusion is the histidine inhibit the stabilization of the Clevel complex formation, and it's act as a class 2 inhibitor. So then I also wanted to know about the binding affinity. So if it is a very loose binding with the enzyme, or it is a very strong binding. So for find out the binding affinity, and then at which time point it is a bind. So I just use the different time point in presence of the histidine and in absence of the histidine. So this is the set. This is the set of the in absence of the histidine, and this set is the in presence of the histidine. In presence of the histidine, you can see that the enzyme is inhibited within the 5 minutes. And even in the dilution experiment, here is a different type of the experiment, that is the dilution experiment. In this experiment, you can find that the lane 3, 4, 5, there is a concentration of the 40, 80, and 160 micromolar, and then 6, 7, 8 is the same. 40 is the diluted into the 160, 80, and 40 micromolar. So when the concentration is increased, though definitely it will be inhibited, and when the concentration is diluted, to decrease the concentration, it is not relaxed, it is not released from the enzyme. It does mean that the binding is very, very strong. After release after the dilution, the molecule is not basically released from the complex. Okay, sorry. And then from the docking experiment, we also found that the large subunit, the arginine 3,140 and arginine 4,110 and tyrosine of the small subunit, they are very close to bind with this histidine. And then what we have thought about that if there is a drug development, there is the possibility to become the drug resistance. So if it is the drug resistant, then how can we recover the drug resistance after the development of this molecule? And that's why, to know the mechanism of the drug resistance of this molecule, we have developed the drug resistant parasite, and then we have cloned the large subunit and the small subunit of the drug resistant parasite, and then we found, and then we found that the large subunit, the lysine and the threonine of the 296 amino acid and 411 amino acid has been changed in the asparagine and the arginine respectively of the large subunit, and there is no change of the small subunit. So that may conclude that this 2 amino acid, it may be the very important amino acid for binding of this molecule with this enzyme, and that's why we have the clone again the whole large subunit and the small subunit, and then we purified after overexpression of the clone, and then again we went for the different type of the relaxation assay, pre-incubation and the simultaneous relaxation assay, and we found in the presence of the different concentration, even the high concentration of the molecule, there is no inhibition. It does mean there is a mutated enzyme having the 2 amino acid changes of the last subunit is basically insensitive to this enzyme. And then I started to go in the downstream process, because if it is the strongly inhibit the topoisomerase to target the topoisomerase of this parasite and then act as a class 2 inhibitor, then definitely we have to check about the what is the inhibition mechanism of the parasite. So for to understand the inhibition mechanism, we have gone through the downstream process of the cell killing process, and there is a IC50 was measured. And the toxicity also, we have measured the toxicity of the different cell, THP1 cell, that is a human macrophage cell line. And then we have also have gone through the animal model. In animal model, there is a spleen and the liver, the disease was developed. And then apply the hesperidine, the 10 mg per kg body weight, 20 mg per kg body weight, and that is a very significantly reduce the parasite burden of the liver and the spleen in the animal model. And then from the cell cycle analysis, we have found that this enzyme, this cell is basically arrested at the G0 G1 phase. Cell, you can see that the 24 hours the G0 G1 phase, that almost 97% cell was arrested at that phase. And then we have gone through the different downstream process to measure the reactotoxin species and then mitochondrial membrane potential. And then cytochrome C at the mitochondria, and then how much the release of the cytochrome C and how it is affected the caspase, different type of the caspases, caspase 9 and caspase 3. And then I also measure that the DNA fragmentation, if it is affected or the activated the caspase, then definitely it will be affected the DNA fragmentation. So we also measure the DNA fragmentation. The amount of the DNA fragmentation in the hesperidine is very huge if compared to the camptothecin. And then I also have seen that the externalization of the phosphatidylserine. So that is one of the important parameter for the apoptotic process. So through this different type of the downstream process, by targeting the topoisomerase, we found that the hesperidine basically act as a catalytic inhibitor that generate the huge amount of ROS that induce the mitochondrial membrane potential, and the mitochondrial membrane potential is making the porous. So to release the cytochrome C from the mitochondria to the cytosol, that activated the different caspases and followed by the DNA fragmentation and then apoptotic cell killing. So in conclusion, the study concluded that the first time that the hesperidine is the potent anti-lisminal agent that targeting the topo1 LS, and hesperidine found the catalytic inhibitor that I already mentioned. And again, and the sequence analysis by the parasite, that's a mutated parasite that got the lysine 269 and the threonine 411 that mutated in this parasite, and that amino acid is basically very essential to binding of this enzyme. And this inhibition basically hampered the DNA metabolism, and that finally leads to the programmed cell death process. So in conclusion, that hesperidine act as a strong potential the topo inhibitor or class 2 inhibitor as an anti-lisminal candidate for the future VL treatment or the visceral lisminaceous treatment. So this work is published in the last 2 months ago. What is, okay, sorry. So this is the acknowledgement of my students. Actually, there are many students involved in this work. And then the acknowledgement of the collaborator, Dr. Hemant Majumdar is my PhD guide. Now he is my collaborator. And Benubodho Das, my senior fellow member, and he is also my collaborator. And those are the different type of the collaborator in the different parts of the our country. And here the two collaborators are already present. Is Dr. C.C. Nandi from Gaipar, who is present here, and then Dr. Usmita Samant from the Kolani University, who is also present here. My sample also collected from the clinical sample also collected from the RMRI Rajendra Memorial Research Institute, Patna. And of course, there's without the funding agency, it is not possible to complete the work. There's the ICMR Extramural Project, Indian Science Academy, and UGC Startup Fund, and of course from our University Departmental Fund.
So this is the beautiful department. This is the gate of our department. This is the I'm just giving you the open invitation to come our department and visit our department. That is a very nice department and very nice to be here. And thank you again for your hospitality and very nice welcome and the very nice food. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amit Raigadu, for your wonderful presentation. Saad covered the various aspects in related to the leishmaniasis and about the treatment of vessel leishmaniasis and hesperidin. Hesperidin is one of the important compound and how it will binds to the enzyme and what is the role of binding of this particular enzyme. And in relation to this particular binding of the enzyme, Saad covered the docking studies also, okay? And along with that, Saad covered the enzymatic activity with the enzyme that is topoisomerase enzyme. The topoisomerase is playing a very vital role, and this hesperidin is binding this particular enzyme of that is topoisomerase, and he covered all this particular aspect in his wonderful presentation. Really, it is a very nice presentation for the benefit of all the delegates, sir. Okay. On behalf of the Nirmala College of Pharmacy, your presentation is very good and it is very much beneficial to all the participants. Now it's time for the question and answers. Any questions from the audience and teachers community? If you have any question, raise your hand.
Please keep quiet.
I think there is no questions from the audience. One question from the our guest, sir, please.
Very nice presentation, Amit. Which type of drugs are given for the treatment of leishmaniasis? Synthetic drugs? There is no drugs? No, hesperidin is a natural molecule. Whether any existing drugs that is present in the market which are given? Amphotericin B.
Amphotericin B, ampizome, miltefosine, liposomal amphotericin B. So those are the drugs that presently for the treatment. But
Okay.
there are some toxic effect of the miltefosine. That's why the miltefosine nowadays is stopped to administer. But there is the combination of the primomycin and amphotericin, liposomal amphotericin.
So regarding hesperidin, in your study, the mechanism of action you have explored, that any synthetic drug which match with the mechanism of action of hesperidin?
Yeah, I kept the amphotericin B in my animal study, and I have shown the comparative study of the hesperidin with the amphotericin B.
Amphotericin B.
Amphotericin B. That is a patient-treated drug nowadays.
But amphotericin B is a DNA alkylating agent, DNA intercalator, right?
Amphotericin B actually it is the antifungal, but it is the anti-parasitic drug.
Anti-parasitic also.
It is anti-parasitic. So
Okay.
it is as a treated drug. So nowadays it is as a medicine the amphotericin B will be provided for the anti-cancer, anti-parasitic, anti-leishmanial drug. Or there is another formulation that the liposomal amphotericin B. That is also available.
Okay, very nice.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Amit, for such a wonderful and insightful presentation for all of us. I thank the chairperson and co-chairperson also. In this regard, let us move to a token of appreciation for our speaker, chairperson and co-chairperson. I request Dr. Amit sir to accept a small token of gratitude. In this regard, I invite the chairperson, Dr. Lakshman Rao sir, co-chairperson, Dr. Prashanti madam onto the dais. I also request Dr. Dikhil sir, our secretary and correspondent, Sister Jyoti Garu, Bamal Reddy sir and Roy sir also onto the dais, please, for the proceeding. Sishit sir, I request you to join the dais, please. Ashmita ma'am, please come onto the dais and join. We have another speaker for tomorrow, Dr. Srinivas Reddy sir. Sir, I request you to join onto the dais, please. Just for a moment, please give a big round of applause, students, and all the delegate participants from other institutes and host institute. Thank you so much, Dr. Amit sir, for such a wonderful research work presented to us. Thank you so much for the time and support you provided. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation and being here today with us, traveling so long. We're extremely privileged to have you here, sir. Thank you so much. I now request the chairperson of the event, Dr. Lakshman Rao sir, to accept a small token of love and gratitude from our institution. And I request the dignitaries to proceed with the ceremony. Thank you so much, Lakshman Rao sir, on our behalf of Nirmala College of Pharmacy for your time. We know you're busy, but you're here with us today. Thank you so much. And last but not the least, I request the co-chairperson of today's session, Dr. Prashanthi Evangeline madam, to accept the token of gratitude on behalf of the institute and the organizing committee. Thank you so much, madam, for your keen interest in the session. Thank you all respected dignitaries on the dais. I request all the dignitaries to take your seats on the dais, please. We have come almost to the end of day one of International Symposium. I have a question for all the audience sitting here. Do you really think all the technical sessions were helpful for you? If yes, please make some noise and say yes, you like the presentations. Thank you so much. It makes us understand that you were interesting. And tomorrow, we have the same sessions lined up, but still we are not yet completed the program. We'll be having a tea break now. After all these interesting technical sessions, are you all waiting for the cultural programs as well? Oh, more noise for culturals than technical. Should I be happy or should I be sad? Anyways, at least I'm happy that you all are alert with the questions and you're answering. Thank you for the response at least. So we have very exciting, entertaining performances lined up for you by our students. So I request all of you to take just a 5-minute break. We are going to have a 5-minute break. It's 5:05 right now. By 5:10 to 5:15, be back here. We'll be continuing with the cultural programs. I promise you that these culturals are going to be very entertaining and refreshing to you if you are tired. So we'll try to be back in 10 minutes. So by 5:15, I request you all to be back here. Thank you everyone. Thank you all the dignitaries and speakers of today for your enlightening sessions. Thank you one and all. Be back in 10 minutes by 5:15 sharp. I request the cultural members to be ready. And now we'll be handing over the session to the culturals team. Dr. U. Spandana and Mrs. Manjula madam will be handing over the session to them and they'll be proceeding with the next event.
సో గైస్ మీ కల్చరల్స్ తొందరగా స్టార్ట్ అవ్వాలంటే మీ ఫ్రెండ్స్ అందరినీ ఆడిటోరియంలో గ్యాదర్ చేశారంటే వెంటనే స్టార్ట్ చేద్దాం కల్చరల్స్. ఎందుకంటే ఇంత చైర్స్ ఖాళీగా కనిపిస్తే కల్చరల్స్ ఏమంతా బాగుంటుంది.
Dear students, a very good evening to all. So you don't want to take a break, tea break? No. Okay, even the participants also are ready to perform. Get ready. Deepana. Still hall is looking empty, ma. So ask your friends to come fast.
చిండే నాటు బిటే వచ్చిండే వేటకతై వచ్చిండే వేటకొచ్చిండే.
Good evening, guys. Are you guys ready to witness the magic of the dance? So let's our event with the cultures.
I hope you are feeling fantastic, though I know it's been busy morning for all of you.
But now it's time to reconnect, recharge and bring the spark back into the hall.
So take deep breath, shake the tiredness and turn the space into celebration of rhythm.
Now I would like to invite Pavani and Jayashree from 2nd B Farm for a performance.
na 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 dom dom magasa.
Da da dum da 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 di da na 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 na.
Da 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 dom da 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 dom da da dom 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 da na 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 di na 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 dom.
Da na di da na ga ma ma ga ma ba ma ga sa ni sa. Da na di da na ga ma ba ma ga sa ni sa. Da na di da na ga ma ba ma ga sa ni sa. Come on now, follow my lead. Come on now, follow my lead.
So, small request, ma. So, sisters and guests are coming. After that, we'll start again culturals. Okay, please wait for. Be patient, please. 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. Wait. You're energetic, yeah. You're so energetic, right? Keep.
ఇంత ఎనర్జెటిక్గా ఉన్నారు కదా, ఈ లోపు మీలో ఎవరైనా డాన్స్ చేయాలంటే వచ్చేయచ్చు. సింగింగ్.
Thank you guys for your energy. If anybody are interested to perform, the floor is ready for you. The floor is always ready for you guys.
മരുമകനെ മുത്തായവനെ നിന്നും സൂര്യനും ചന്ദ്രനും ഒന്നായവനെ കാലം കാത്ത് വച്ച രക്ഷകനെ സംഹാരകനെ ഞങ്ങൾ കണ്ണനായി വന്നവനെ ഭയമേ മാറിപ്പോ നീ അണ്ണൻ വന്നാൽ തുമ്പിട്ടുന്നില്ല ഇരുട്ടിൽ സിറ്റി വാഴും രാജാവുക്ക് എല്ലാരും സുല്ല ഇവനെ തൊടുവാനായി എന്നും ജനത്തിരക്ക് കാലം എടുത്തു വച്ചാൽ സ്വർഗം പോലും മണ്ണപ്പെട് കത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് വിദ്യാരംഭം കുത്ത് ഹരിശ്രീ തോക്കിൻ കാഞ്ചി വലി ശീലം പണ്ടേ മാറാത്ത വ്യാധി നെഞ്ചിൽ പൂട്ടി വച്ചോരംഗക്കലി തീരാത്ത വാശി അണ്ണൻ മീശ വെച്ചോരാട്ടപ്പുലി ഇടയാൻ നിന്നോരുക്കും പണ്ടേ ആപത്ത് കട്ടച്ചോര കൊണ്ട് ജ്യൂസടിച്ച് സോഡാ സർബത്ത് നൊടിയിൽ മതയാനെ പെരുക്കിടും കരുത്ത് ഇവനെ പടച്ചു വിട്ട കടവുള്ളിട്ട് പത്തിൽ പത്ത്
सुर में गाना सीखिए पाधानीसा ऐप के साथ AI पावर
हुस्न तेरा तौबा 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 आओ ले लिया कुड़ी ने दिल साडा हाले थोड़ा साफ जा नहीं लगदा है राता बुत बाड़ी लंबी नहीं रखी है मुट्टे यार ने है देखदा परांदा नहीं ओ देखदा पराडा स्टॉप फिक्रे तो लगदी लटीनो एक
ఏమ్రా గుల్ఫామ్ ఏం గురాయిని చూస్తున్నావు భయపెట్టినగా మహారాజనా ఓహో చాలా మందిని చూసినాంలే బిడ్డ ఏం మునిమాణిక్యం చూసినావా వాళ్ళు గురాయిని చూస్తుండే బిడ్డ మన లెక్క తెలియదు ఆహా వినాలి వీరమల్లు మాట చెప్తే వినాలి అబనా సుబనా మాట వినాలి గురుడా మాట వినాలి మాట వినాలి మంచి మాట వినాలి ఉత్తది కాదు మాట తత్తర పడక చిత్తములో నా చిన్న ఒద్దికుండాలి మాట వినాలి గురుడా మాట వినాలి మాట వినాలి మంచి మాట వినాలి
మాటే కాదు కంటి చూపుతోనే చెప్పాలా ఉలాలా ఉలాలా నా బల గోపాల కిసుల ఆట కొస్తా ప్లేసు టైము నువ్వే చెప్పాలా అరే దా 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 నా రాజా దర్శి కొత్త మెన్షన్ హౌస్ దర్వాజా చలో నీదే కాదా నీ రోజా ఒళ్ళో పర్దా బిట్టా బిట్టే నీ పంజా దిగే బస్తావో నటింటికే బస్తావో అడుగెడితే హిస్టరీ రిపీట్స్ ఏ దబిడి బిడి నీ చెయ్యే ఎత్తు బాలా ఏ దబిడి బిడి నా చెంప మోగిపోయేలా ఏ దబిడి బిడి నువ్వు తంచు బాలా ఏ దబిడి బిడి చెమటల్లో తడిసిపోయేలా
your shoes on. Raise the volume. Let's dance on some mass stuff. Hey, ఆ గాజువాక కండక్టర్ సాంగ్ వేసుకోండ్రా.
సింపిరి చుట్టుదాన్ని చెవులి రకన చుట్టదాన్ని సేతి లక్కి పెట్టేదాన్ని ఉంగరాల మెట్టేదాన్ని నేనటంటి డండాడదాన్ని కాదు బావో పలసరు బైకు మీద రార బావా నేనటంటి డండాడదాన్ని కాదు బావో పలసరు బైకు మీద రార బావా కాలేజీ టైములోన కన్ను కొట్టి పిలిచినావు నేను రాను పో అంటే కళ్ళు ఎర్ర చేసినావు రో నేనటంటి డండాడదాన్ని కాదు బావో పిల్లవగానే నేను రాను బావా నేనటంటి డండాడదాన్ని కాదు బావో పిల్లవగానే నేను రాను బావా పంచమావిడి తోట కాడ కళ్ళతోటి సైగ చేసి మల్లె పూలు చూపించి సెయ్యి పట్టి లాగినావు రో
मास मास फिर से बोलो दादा चलते तो मास दादा हिलते तो मास दादा
ఈవేళ ఎలాగైనా సరే అని వేసేయాలరా ఆ నేయడం మన వాళ్ళ కాదురా అదిగో పక్కన కూర్చున్నాడే అడిగి చెప్దాం ఇదేంట్రా మాస్ వచ్చాడు
పేరేంటి అన్నా పాట పాడటానికి వచ్చానన్నా
పాడు
मास मास ए मला అన్న నడిచొస్తే మాస్ అన్న నించుంటే మాస్ అన్న లుక్కేస్తే మాస్ మాస్ ఏయ్ రా మామా అన్న ప్యాంట్ వేస్తే మాస్ అన్న షర్ట్ వేస్తే మాస్ అన్న మడతెడితే మాస్ అయ్యా మాస్ అది లెక్క అన్న కళ్ళెర్రబడి అగ్గై చూస్తేనే అలా భూమి బుడ్డవుతుంది రమాస్ అన్న కాళ్ళెత్తి మరి అత్త అడుగేస్తే ఇక అడ్డే ఎవడొస్తాడు రమాస్ హే మంచిగా పుట్టే మంచిని పచ్చే మనిషే తానంట మరి మాయలు చేస్తే ఎవరికైనా మధ్యల దంపుడు తప్పదు బొమ్మంట
అన్నా ఒక్కసారి పాడన్నా
హే బగులు బిగులు సెబులు అబులు మనం అడుగు పెడితే విజులు విజులు హే బగులు బిగులు సెబులు అబులు మనం మొదలు పెడితే పిడత
అమ్మాయి మనసులో అబ్బాయి దూరేసి కితకితలై పెట్టేస్తే ఏమైతాది
మంచి బీట్ వస్తుంది పిచ్చి పాట వస్తుంది
kiss, 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 kiss,
Come on now, follow my lead. Come on now, follow my lead.
Thank you girls for your spectacular start for our event. Now, are you guys ready to witness a performance that will leave you mesmerized? Put your hands together and join me in welcoming the incredible performers of 3rd Farm D.
Man is moon, moonlight is woman. Both are loving together. Chanda mama, Chanda mama.
Hello, musicians. కొట్టండమ్మా.
Hey, my golden
Thank you girls for your bombastic performance. Now, laughter is the best medicine. We have got a prescription for greater time. Now, I would like to invite Abhinay for 4th B Farm for a celebration of wit, humor and the act of stand-up comedy.
My name is Abhinay. I am from 4th B Farm C. ఎక్కడో ఫ్రెండ్స్ ముందర జోకులు వేస్తుంటే తీసుకొచ్చి స్టాండప్ కామెడీ నిలబెట్టారు. ఎంతమంది విలేజెస్ బస్ ఎక్కుతారు? లైక్ బస్ స్టాండ్స్లో బస్ ఎవరెవరు ట్రావెల్ చేశారు బస్సులో? ఆటోలో కూడా బస్సెస్ అండ్ ఆటోలు ఎవరెవరు ట్రావెల్ చేశారు? పర్టికులర్గా విలేజ్ బస్సెస్లో అంటే ఓన్లీ 1 డోరే ఉంటుంది బస్కి, అలాంటి బస్సెస్లో. నా టాపిక్ వచ్చేసి ఇవాళ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ పీపుల్స్ ఇన్ ది బస్ స్టాండ్స్ అండ్ ఆటో స్టాండ్స్ అనమాట. ఇప్పుడు టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ పీపుల్స్ చూద్దాం. ఇప్పుడు ఆటో స్టాండ్ దగ్గర ఎలా ఉంటారో, ఆటో స్టాండ్స్లో ఆటో డ్రైవర్స్ ఎలా ఉంటారో చూద్దాం. టైప్స్ ఉంటే డిఫరెంట్ టైప్స్. అందులో ఫస్ట్ టైప్ చూద్దాం. ఇప్పుడు అంటే ఫస్ట్ వచ్చేసి కొటేషన్ అనమాట. ఒకేలా అతని బ్రేకప్ అయితే చచ్చి చితికిపోవడం కన్నా, ప్రేమించి చితికిపోవడం కన్నా చచ్చి చితికిపోవడం మేలు. అది లవ్ ఫెయిల్యూర్ అన్నమాట. లవ్ ఫెయిల్యూర్ ఆటో డ్రైవర్ అలా ఉంటాడు. అదే ఒకేలా లవ్ ఫెయిల్యూర్ కాకుండా సింగిల్గా ఉంటే స్కూల్కి వెళ్తే 1 2 3 నేర్పిస్తా, నా ఆటో ఎక్కితే 1 4 3 నేర్పిస్తా. ఇలా సింగిల్గా ఆటో డ్రైవర్స్ ఉంటే ఇలా పెడతాడు. ఇంకేముంది, గుంట ఫ్లాట్. ఇంకో టైప్ ఆఫ్ ఆటో డ్రైవర్ ఎలా ఉంటాడంటే, ఫస్ట్ నేను చూడంగానే అర్థమైపోతుంది. వస్తాడు, తమ్ముడు ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళాలి తమ్ముడు అంటే, మన పలానా విజయవాడ వెళ్ళాలంటే కాజానా. అతను హిందీ అయితే హిందీలో అడుగుతాను అనమాట. కాజానా అంటే ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళాలి? విజయవాడ వెళ్ళాలన్నా 175. అదేంటో మీకు తెలియదు, ఆటో డ్రైవర్కి కూడా తెలియదు. 175 అంటాడు. ఏంటి అనగానే మనోడికి అర్థమైపోయింది, 200 అమ్మా, ఇక్కడి నుంచి అక్కడికి వెళ్తానికి 200 అన్నమాట. అంటే వాడు 175 అంటాడు. 175 అంటే వాడికి కూడా తెలియదు, ఆటో డ్రైవర్ కూడా రాయేస్తాడు అనమాట మనోడు మీ మీద. ఒకవేళ మీరు కనుక దొరికిపోయారనుకో చెప్పేస్తాడు అనమాట. 200 అనమాట. 200 ఎక్కించుకొని తీసుకెళ్తాడు. ఒకవేళ 2 అమ్మాయిలు వచ్చారనుకోండి, నువ్వు వెనకమల్లి కూర్చుంటో 2 అమ్మాయిలు ఉంటాడు. ఇప్పుడు మనోడు వెళ్తా ఉంటాడు, 2 అమ్మాయిలు ఆపుతారనమాట ఆటోదని. తమ్ముడు ముందుకొచ్చే, వెనకొద్దు ముందుకొచ్చే, తమ్ముడు వద్దు ఇంక వెనక్కి ముందుకి. భయ్యా ప్లేస్ ఉంది భయ్యా, ఇక్కడికి ఇంకా 2 పడతారు ఇక్కడ. లేదు ముందుకే, నువ్వు ముందుకు వచ్చేయడమే, వెనకొద్దు. భయ్యా నేను ఎలా ఉన్నా భయ్యా, నీ మంచిగా భయ్యా. లేదు ముందుకే, నువ్వు ముందుకే తమ్ముడు, ఇక ముందుకే అనమాట. ఇంకా నువ్వు ఎంత ఏం చెప్పు ముందుకు రమ్మంటే. అలా ఒక ట్రైబ్ ఉంటాడు. వేరే వాడు వస్తే వేరే వాడిని ఎక్కిస్తాడు, నేను తప్ప అందరిని ఎక్కిస్తాడు. అలా ఒక టైప్ అనమాట. ఇంకో టైప్ వచ్చేసి ఇక్కడ ఒకరిని కూర్చోబెడతాడు, ఇక్కడ ఒకరిని కూర్చోబెడతాడు, వెనక మన ముగ్గురు. ఇక మన డ్రైవింగ్ ఇంతే. ఇంకా తమ్ముడు బ్రేక్ నొక్కు. అది వాడి చెప్తాడు, వీడి దగ్గర ఉండదు బ్రేక్ నొక్కుతాం. తమ్ముడు బ్రేక్ నొక్కు తమ్ముడు. అన్న బ్రేక్ ఎక్కడ ఉందన్న? నొక్కు తమ్ముడు బ్రేక్. ఇలా ఒక టైప్ ఉంటుంది. ఇంకొకళ్ళు ఏంటంటే షర్ట్ ఉంటుంది కదా ఆటో డ్రైవర్స్కి షర్టు, అది ఇక మిర్రర్ మీద వేస్తాడు అనమాట. మిర్రర్ మీద ముందర పోలీస్ చెకింగ్ ఉంటే ఇక మనోడు షర్ట్ తీస్తాడు. తమ్ముడు స్టీరింగ్ పట్టుకో, కొద్దిగా స్టీరింగ్ పట్టుకోవాలి మనం. నీది వెనక మన ముగ్గురు, అటు 2 ఆటో డ్రైవర్, వాళ్ళందరూ ప్రేమ నీ చేతిలోనే ఉంటుంది. తమ్ముడు ఒకసారి స్టీరింగ్ పట్టుకో తమ్ముడు. వాడు అక్కడి నుంచి తీసుకొని ఇలా వేసుకుంటాడు అన్నమాట. షర్ట్ని ఇలా వేసుకుంటాడు వాడు. చెకింగ్ ఉంది తమ్ముడు, చెకింగ్ ఉంటుంది, పోలీసులు ఉందే చెకింగ్ చేయడు. చెకింగ్ ఉంది తమ్ముడు. చెకింగ్ ఎందుకు ఉంటుంది? నువ్వు వేసి మంచిగా ఉంటే చెకింగ్ ఉండదు. చెకింగ్ ఉంది తమ్ముడు ఉంటుంది, మరి పోలీసులు ఉంటే చెకింగ్ చేయడానికి. ఇలా ఒక టైప్ అయితే ఇంకో టైప్ ఉంటుంది అనమాట. వాడిని టెస్ట్ చేస్తాడు అనమాట. ఏమని? నువ్వు ఎక్కడ దాకా వెళ్ళాలి, అంత దూరం వెళ్ళాలి, ముందులే వాడు టెస్ట్ చేస్తాను అనమాట. తమ్ముడు ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళాలి తమ్ముడు, అన్న పలానా చోటుకి వెళ్ళాలి తమ్ముడు. నేను అక్కడ చూస్తాడు, నువ్వు బస్ కోసం వెయిటింగ్ చేస్తూ ఉంటే అక్కడ చూస్తూ ఉంటాడు, చూస్తాడు వాడిని ఫుల్గా డిగ్రేడ్ చేసేవాడు వాడు అట్లే చూస్తూ ఉంటాడు. తమ్ముడు రాదు, ఇక వచ్చే బస్సు రాదు, నువ్వు బస్ కోసం వెయిట్ చేస్తున్నా కానీ రాదు, నువ్వు ఎక్కువ ఎక్కడమే వచ్చే లోపలికి వచ్చే వాడు నిన్ను ఫుల్గా డిగ్రేడ్ చేసే వరకు వాడు అట్లాగే ఉంటాడు అనమాట. ఎప్పుడైతే నీ ఫుల్గా డిగ్రేడ్ చేస్తాడో ఇక వాడు నిన్ను ఆటో ఎక్కించుకునేదాకా అంతే. అలా కాకపోతే ఇంకో టైప్ ఉంటుంది అనమాట, ఒక్కడి కోసమే చూస్తూ ఉంటాడు. అన్నా వాడు డబ్బులు కొని నేను ఇస్తాను పాని అన్నట్టు అప్పుడు లాగుతాడు అన్నమాట బండిని. అప్పుడు దాకా బండిని లాగడు మనోడు. ఇలా ఆటో డ్రైవర్స్ ఉంటే, అదే బస్ డ్రైవర్స్ అంటే పీపుల్స్ చూద్దాం. బస్ దగ్గర ఎలా ఉంటుంది, మనోడు వస్తాడు ఒకడు షర్టు ప్యాంట్ వేసుకుని, సార్ మై నేమ్ ఈజ్ జీ అభినయ్, ఐఎమ్ కమింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ నిమ్లా కాలేజ్ ఆఫ్ ఫార్మసీ, ఐ కంప్లీటెడ్ మై 4th year B Pharmacy, దిస్ ఈజ్ మై ఇంటర్ సర్టిఫికేట్, దిస్ ఈజ్ మై 10th class సర్టిఫికేట్. అన్న ఏం కావాలన్న మెయిన్ పాయింట్ చెప్పాను, 30 రూపాయలు ఉంటే తమ్ముడు, 30 రూపాయలు కావాలి తమ్ముడు, దేనికన్నా 30 రూపాయలు, తినలేదు తమ్ముడు పొద్దు నుంచి. అది 2 types ఉంటారనమాట. ఒకడు సరే వాడు ఫుడ్ కోసం అయితే ఓకే, వాడు ఇంకా వేరే దానికోసం, తమ్ముడు నా పేరు అభినయ్, ఇదిగో నా 10th సర్టిఫికేట్స్, ఇవే నా ఇంటర్ సర్టిఫికేట్స్. ఇలా ఒకళ్ళు ఉంటారన్నమాట బస్ స్టాండ్స్లో. ఇదంతా ఒక ఎత్తు అయితే, ఫ్యామిలీ కోసం అంటే బస్సెస్కి ఓన్లీ ఒక ఎంట్రీ ఉంటుంది, విలేజ్ బస్సెస్కి ఓన్లీ ఒక ఎంట్రీ ఉంటుంది అనమాట. ఆ ఒక ఎంట్రీలో మనోడు ఇక స్టార్ట్ చేస్తాడు, వాళ్ళ ఫ్యామిలీని అక్కడ కూర్చోబెడతాడు అనమాట. ఎక్కడ బస్ స్టాండ్స్ దగ్గర ఇక మనోడు దిగుతాడు. ఐరన్ రాడ్స్ ఉంటాయి ఎంట్రీ దగ్గర, ఇదొక ఐరన్ రాడ్ పట్టుకుంటాడు, ఇటొక ఐరన్ రాడ్ పట్టుకుంటాడు అన్నమాట. ఇక అంటే మనోడు ఇక ఇటు నుంచి వాళ్ళ ఫ్యామిలీ మొత్తం పంపిస్తాడు. ఇంక ఇటు ఎవరు వెళ్ళటం ఎలా ఉండదు, ఇంకా ఎంట్రీ బ్లాక్ చేస్తాడు అనమాట మనోడు. ఒక్క బస్సే కదా వస్తుంది, 1 hour తర్వాత ఇంకో బస్సు వస్తుంది, ఆ 1 hour వరకు వెయిట్ చేయలేరు కదా. అందుకని ఏం చేస్తాడంటే మనోడు అటో రోడ్ ఇటు రోడ్ పట్టుకుంటాడు అనమాట. మొత్తం ఎక్కిస్తాడు. సరే ఎక్కించి ఇక నేను కూడా అందులో దూరి వెళ్ళిపోయా ఒక రోజు ఇలాగే. ఇక అటు విండోస్ నుంచి ఇటు విండోస్ నుంచి కచ్చిపులు పడతా ఉన్నాయి. ఏంటబ్బా అని చూస్తుంటే సీట్స్ ఆపుకుంటున్నారు మన వాళ్ళు. ఒకటి చెప్పులేస్తున్నాడు, ఏంటి భయ చెప్పులేస్తున్నావు అంటే, లేదు భయా అది సీట్ కోసం. చెప్పులు ఎందుకు భయా, చెప్పుల స్టాండ్ కదా భయా, బస్ స్టాండ్. అవును భయా సీట్ దొరకదు భయ్యా, నాకు సీట్ దొరకకపోతే నేనేం చేయాలి భయ్యా, చెప్పులు వేసుకో అని చెప్పి నేను కూడా చెప్పులు వేస్తున్నాడు మనోడు. ఇంకోడైతే ఇక వాళ్ళ ల్యాప్టాప్ ఏది ఉంటే అది చేతులు కచ్చిపున్న ల్యాప్టాప్ నీకు పడేస్తూ ఉంటాడు అనమాట వాడు. సో అట్లా ఒక టైప్ ఉంటాడు. ఇంకోటి వాళ్ళ పిల్లగాన్ని కుక్కుతూ ఉంటాడు విండోస్ నుంచి, వాడు పట్టపోయినా కానీ కుక్కుతూ ఉంటాడు విండోస్లో నుంచి. అలా ఒక టైప్స్ ఉంటారు అన్నమాట పీపుల్స్. అలా డిఫరెంట్ టైప్స్ ఉంటారు. ఇక సర్లే అని చెప్పి ఇవంతా దొరికాక ఆ సీటు దొరికిందని కూర్చున్నా. ఇక మనోడు వస్తాడు, ఇంకా ఇక్కే పాండు పన్నారసు వాళ్ళ మనోడు ఇంకా నోటి నిండా బురదో గరద వేసుకుని వస్తాడు అనమాట. తమ్ముడు అంటాడు, అర్థం కాదు వాడి భాష, వాడి నోటి నిండా ఏదో ఒకటి ఉంటుంది, విమలో వాడో ఉంటుంది. తమ్ముడు అంటాడు, ఏంటన్నా ఏం కావాలన్నా అంటే విండో సీట్ కోసం అంట వాడు. ఇదంతా తిప్పలు విండో సీట్ కోసం. విండో సీట్ ఇచ్చాక వాడికి పోస్తాడు బయట, అది నిజం. అట్లాగా ఒక సీట్ దొరికి పడుకుందాం. బస్సు వెళ్తుంది స్లోగా వెళ్తుంది, అలా నిద్రపోయా. టంగ్ తగిలింది రాడ్డు. ఏంటబ్బా అంటే టర్నింగ్ అన్నమాట. అప్పుడు దా స్మూత్గానే వెళ్తుంది, టంగ్ తగిలింది. అందరూ చూస్తున్నారు, నాకెళ్ళే ఏం లేదని షర్టు ప్యాంట్ సరి చేసుకుని మళ్ళీ కూర్చున్నా కింద. అట్లాగా ఒక టైప్ ఉంటుంది. ఇంకో టైప్ వచ్చేసి పిల్లల కోసం సీట్స్ కోసం చాలామంది కష్టపడతారు. ఒక ముసలాం వస్తుంది ప్రతి బస్సులో, ఏమో మ్యాండేటరీ అన్నమాట, ఆప్షనల్ కాదు మ్యాండేటరీ. ఈమె వచ్చేసి అయ్యా ఏమో ఒకరిని కూర్చోబెట్టి వస్తుంది, వీళ్ళ మనవని ఏదో ఒక సీట్లో కూర్చోబెట్టి వస్తుంది. అంటే ఒక రాయద్దం సీటు దొరకపోతే వాళ్ళ మనవని లేపి ఏమో కూర్చోవచ్చు అని. ఏమో ఒక మనవని కూర్చోబెట్టి వస్తుంది అనమాట. వీళ్ళ మనవని కూర్చోబెట్టి వచ్చి చేస్తూ ఉంటుంది అనమాట. అంటే మా మేడం దగ్గరికి వచ్చి, అమ్మ సీటు కావాలి బాబు అని అడుగుతూ ఉంటుంది అనమాట. సో ఇట్లా డిఫరెంట్ టైప్స్ ఉంటారనమాట. సో థ్యాంక్ యూ గ్యాష్, థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్.
Thank you, Abhinay. Your comedy made us laugh more until our cheeks hurt. Now, we came to the end of our day with a performance from our second family girls. Let them invite with a big round of applause.
ఏంది మామా నీ ఊపుకి ఊరే ఊగిపోద్ది. పదా ఒక పట్టు పట్టేద్దాం.
అట్టగంటావా?
చెండు తెచ్చి భోగాపురం చెండు తెచ్చి కడలేవో కాటుకనిచ్చి వడ్డాణం నా నడుము కించి ఉయలుగు ఉల్లాసమై ఉక్కిరి బిక్కిరి చేసేసినవే ఉన్నపాటు ఉర్రు కలై చెక్కిలి గింతలు పెట్టేసావే. రంజితమే 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 వయసు వాసు రంజితమే సునితమే సునితమే నా సొగసు కాస్త సునితమే రంజితమే రంజితమే వయసు వాసు రంజితమే సునితమే సునితమే నా సొగసు కాస్త సునితమే పడక వేయగా పడుచు మనసు సక్కరమే సక్కరమే.
మ్యూజిషియన్స్ కొట్టండమ్మా.
నిన్ను డైమండ్ రింగ్ అయి రమ్మంది నా చెదర్ ఫింగరే.
అంటుంది గాడి అయిపోదాం పద నంబర్ 1 జోడి.
తయారయ్యే ఉంది లకి లేది ఇక మోగించే పిపి మెలోడీ.
నవో నవో నవరి గజలు నవో నవో నవరి గజలు ఎతుగొలుసులు ముక్కు పొడకలు నడుము సన్న నాగరాలు ఎవరు గని బాగో అబో 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 బేడ పరక టిక్కి టిక్కు ఏ వల్లే ఔతోడా లగా జో సూట్ బూట్ సూరే రామే జయల కొట్ట దంచ లాంగ్ బిగ్ బిగ్ లాంగ్ హై కోట్. మీరేంట్రా నన్ను చూస్తున్నారు? ఎవడి డప్పుడు కొట్టండా?
పంచదార పెట్టి రుద్దినట్టు మంచి తేనె తెచ్చి అద్దినట్టు ద్రాక్ష పండు తీసి పిండినట్టు ఎంత తీపి ఉన్నదే నీ నవ్వు చుట్టూ. పొయ్యి ముక్కు సొక్కలెట్టినట్టు పొయ్యి మీద పాలు పొంగినట్టు పూటకొక్క పండగ వచ్చినట్టు ఏదేదో అవుతాందే నీ మీద ఒట్టు. సంపగే 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 నిప్పులాంటి నవ్వులోకి దింపగే సింపగే 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 నల్లని రాత్రినే సింపగే రంగుతో నింపగే. పిల్ల నువ్వు లేని జీవితం బ్రేకు లేని బైకునే రయ్యమంటూ తోలడా.
Thank you girls for your energetic performance.
With this, we have completed our day 1 with some meaningful sessions and energetic cultural performance. And with same energy, let's meet again tomorrow with some other sessions and culturals. Signing off with Raven. With regards, Raven.